Daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently December 8th. Kicking off this market session, I am your head trader here, Curtis Scouten. Let's jump right into things. So we had some economic data. The unemployment rate fell down to a resilient 3.7%. Okay, now most people think, okay, that's a great thing. Unemployment down shows a strong economy, resiliency, but that's not what the Fed sees on their path to slowing their core inflation. Yes, headline CPI has been dropping year over year and is expected to based off of year over year trends, but when you look at core inflation, it's still very sticky and not really at the target that the Fed is hoping to achieve. So strong employment data, strong labor market, strong payrolls data, non-farm payrolls, spiked yields and has spiked the dollar. So, and bear steepener price action. And what do I mean by that? Well, at some point, we're going to have the 10-year yield and the 2-year yield converge. So the 10-year yield's at 4.23%. And look at the 2-year yield. It is actually, I can pull it up on the screen, it's trading at 4.7. So if we minus 4.7 from 4.2, we have roughly about a basis point spread that is causing a little bit of a bull steepener. If the 10-year yield starts to move up higher than the 2-year yield, then it's causing a bear steepener. So a bull steepener allows the price action in a lot of the small cap stocks to continue to outperform and run, as market participants believe there is a near-term top in the 10-year yield. Let's look at the pattern on the 10-year yield just really quickly. Small intraday action. You can see we broke out of this inverted head and shoulders. Clear neckline break. We've actually achieved the upside target and overshoot. With that spike on the data this morning, we've actually overshot on yields. I'm still expecting the 10-year yield to move higher all the way back up to at least 4.33. Potentially at the open, markets are set 5-minute chart. I am going to remove some of these moving averages just so that it is a little bit easier to view. But let's just remove some of these key moving averages. Just bear with me here. Just getting my stream going as well. All right, so looking at the S&P, the chart is extremely messy. I apologize about that. There's a lot of day trading lines from yesterday, but 455.66 is the pre-market low. So spiders gapped all the way down to here. That's a pretty big pre-market low. A fall from all the way up here down to here. We're trading all the way here, so we're significantly. Now the pre-market high is, I'm going to draw it in again. Let's actually use this green trend line. 458.75. So we have a huge range today. We have an over $3 range on the SPY. So pre-market high, pre-market low, we're trading kind of in the center point, but we are looking to see lower price action off of the open. I'm just going to clean up some of these trend lines since we don't really need them anymore, just to make this a little bit easier to view. My apologies, I'll put that back on. This is our channel that we've been watching. Okay, and let me just erase these previous resistance points because we no longer need them. By the way, I am still holding an S&P short from yesterday. I apologize about the AMD. I apologize about the NVDA 0DTs and Tesla 0DTs. Got stopped out of those for basically a little bit of a loss, but I am looking at continuation shorts here in this market. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce. Look at this confluence zone where we're stopping at right now. You have this down-sloping trend line, this up-sloping trend line, and this major pivot high, as well as a 382 fib retrace. We lose this level, and basically it's looking likely. Let me just adjust this channel just to make sure we're pretty accurate. So this is the channel we've been chopping in, broke out here, retested, tried breaking out again, failed, had an overshoot to the downside. Then we retraced almost to the high side of the channel, and you can arguably say we did. And now we're looking to retrace lower. So SPY is piercing that fib level right now. So we're watching these fib zones. So your next support is here. I do expect maybe a little bit of a bounce as the market opens, but we'll see. But there could definitely be more downside just with what the dollar is doing. It's back above that critical 104 zone. okay, on the dollar. So we're just going to take it slow. Typically, Friday is a VIX crush Friday, so we'll see if that trend um, continues. You know, if the VIX gets crushed, perhaps there's the ability that markets can rally. But right now, dollar yields up are headwinds for this market, not tailwinds on this Friday. Obviously, if the dollar and yields some miraculously fall, which is always a possibility, we could see the market rally. But right now, you have to remain kind of bearish because we are gapping lower, and the yields are phenomenally strong right now. So I'm looking for charts that are going to break their pre-market lows. Bitcoin's still holding up. So I'm expecting a retrace to the bottom of the channel. We do have this big gap fill all the way down here, sitting around 454.71. That would be a pretty big level if we were to breach that. But we're just going to carry these trend lines across just to see some support and resistance. And we're just going to wait. So this is a big level. If the bulls can hold this confluence zone, there's the ability to bounce. We have triggered a little mini head and shoulders observed by this left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Neckline is here. We have achieved the downside target, but we'll see. All right, so get ready for the S&P to open here very shortly. AMD is still strong in the pre-market. It's up to 129.58. That one's looking like a potential short. Coinbase has pulled off the highs. Believe it or not, the Russell was strong. It wicked all the way up to 32.31. The Russell 2000. That was a pretty big wick up, if I might ask myself. What's interesting is you really haven't seen Bitcoin react. Markets are open here. Markets are open. So right away we're seeing that gap down. Will market participants buy it? I'm seeing some weakness creeping in. All right, so you can see that the support is being bought right now on the SPY. We're tagging that support level, but let's see if the sellers take control, and they are, for a nice gain from 458 down to 457. Remember, the last time will tell. Still holding an AMD short from yesterday. Bitcoin's trying to get a rally. Meta's trying to get a big rally here. So markets are continuing to see a little bit of upside, getting a big push on the S&P here. All right, I am shorting the S&P here, 457.94, 457.94. We tapped this pivot, 457.94. Look at that. It's a starter position. Apple's still strong. Meta's still strong. Secondary target is if we come up to gap fill, or actually pierce of the gap fill, I'll look to add to my position. Dollar is pulling off of the highs here. Jump on the SPY. 1 minute S&P short. If we hit this trend line at 457.37, I will cover it. Still holding. Still holding. All right, I just covered there 457.35. 457.35 covered the S&P. Qs are below a previous support trend line that needs to really hold this. Right now, the Qs are the weaker indice, so shorts on tech are favored at this point in time. The Russell's now starting to come down. All right, I'm grabbing some TNA shorts here. 31.18 short the TNA. That's the Russell. AMD is starting to pull in from the highs. AMD, I'm still holding that short from yesterday. Google has triggered a head and shoulders from yesterday. Downside target was complete. I took 1 DTEs on Google, which I'm still holding. They were 137 in the money. Sorry, there were 136 1 DTEs from yesterday. So you still have strength in NVIDIA. Tesla's red, AMD's red. Coinbase just went red. The dollar has softened quite substantially. Same with yields. So dollar and yields have softened pretty well here. Dollar and yields have softened pretty well. AMD seeing a pretty hard candle. I'm still holding that short from yesterday. AMD is seeing a hard candle down. Apple's now getting rejected, so this is where the QQQ could see some downside. Qs are down 0.3, SPY's down by 0.9, Russell's positive. So the Russell's moving up here. I'm going to add to my short of the Russell right here, 3173. 3173. I just added to my Russell short. All right, big push in the markets here. Big push in Bitcoin. Mega cap tech is under a little bit of pressure though. So the Qs are reacting to this negative price action positive price action in the yields and the dollar. But right now, the dollar is pulling off from the highs. The Russell is getting a pretty big bounce. Qs are holding up. Big push in Bitcoin and Coinbase. Whoa. The Russell's still pushing up. S&P is now pushing up. Bitcoin's trying to break out again and test that 44,000 area. All right, I'm taking some Coinbase shorts, 138.50. I'm short coin here, 138. The big question is, will they firm up here on the Friday? Coinbase is now up 2%. Coinbase did trigger that head and shoulders, but now it is trying to negate it. Still some strength in the micro caps there. AMD is still pulling off from the highs. NVIDIA is positive. Microsoft's negative. Apple's negative. Meta's still negative, but markets are rallying here. They're trying to at least. S&P still in that bear gap zone. All right, anything above 139.50 on Coinbase, we will add to the short. Russell just did achieve its upside target. The Russell did achieve its upside target. AMD's coming lower. Microsoft's under a tiny bit of pressure here. Tesla's trying to push up here. Dollar's trying to move back up to the high side. All right, I just added to my coin short there at 139.60. 139.60. It is trying to push up. The semiconductors are trying to go green as well. You have a lot of AMD's catching a nice bid. SPY's still retracing to this previous breakdown zone. I'm still holding. Still remaining actually net bearish. Still seeing the dollar at the highs. This is kind of a profit take or short covering, a little bit of a rally. NVIDIA is pushing up though, acting very well. Again, Bitcoin's trying to push up and break out again. SPY is still negative. Russell's positive. Russell's coming in though. It's pulling off of the highs. NVIDIA is remaining resilient here. Tesla's testing pre-market high. Tesla's actually a short at this area. All right, markets are trying to push back up again. Gap fill still technically intact, and notice how the resistance is really the neckline of this head and shoulders pattern on the SPY. Coinbase is still acting well. The dollar's still at the highs. All right, I'm going to short, Just going to continue to just hold my coin. On this Russell short. The Russell short is the strongest indice. Our average is sitting right there so far, 185.86. S&P just went up. Whoops, my apologies. I had the wrong chart on there. So there's a lot of time left on this Friday to either rally or fall. We're still in a range from yesterday. Mega caps did gap down and have responded well. You can see the SPY. I'm adding to my short right here, 458.23. 458.23. All right, so S&P is trying to break. Dollar softening just a tad. I'm going to add to my coin short there. If it pierces the 140.50 area, I will add for a third entry on coin if it pierces the 140.50 area. So we're holding a SPY short, a coin short, and a Russell short. The semis flipped back green. Bitcoin again is trying to break the highs. NVIDIA is breaking out here. NVIDIA is breaking out actually, breaking above pre-market. It's coming up into a wide range red bar resistance. The high pivot on NVIDIA is around 474. It's a big resistance level. All right, SPY is still pushing up here. QQQ still technically getting rejected. All right, pre-market high, if we get that tap on SPY, which is 458.75, we can add to the short again. We'll take our third entry. I am seeing the dollar soften here. Whoa, everything's trying to rally and push up. So the VIX is down 2.5% so far. Tesla's green, Microsoft's red, AMD flipped green, Apple just flipped green. Dollar is softening, which is why the markets are liking that, and yields are pulling off of the highs. So again, we're approaching pre-market high here. SPY is technically going for its gap fill is sitting at 459. Last time we got rejected at this pivot, but an impressive move off of the lows. Impressive move. Let's just see what transpires here. Qs still have not filled its gap, getting rejected at the neckline. The Qs just did a full retrace to the neckline. So SPY, that was your pre-market high. We've done now a full picture perfect retrace on the SPY. Decent size reversal on the short-term time frame on the SPY candle there. We'll see if we get more downside or if this is pretty much it. Small caps are still the strongest indice right now. The Russell 2000 is up 0.7% despite the yield spike. So we're just waiting patiently here. Dollar's still softening from off the highs. Google's starting to fall here. Its gap. QQQ still has not filled its gap yet. Like, look at these gaps on the charts from these stocks. So I'm actually just going to take profits here on my Google 1 DTE. I'm going to close my put option. So we took yesterday 136 1 DTE puts. We entered at 136.90 and we're closing it here at 134.74. So that's a nice little trade on Google. Now let's look at the Qs because again, the Qs are still the weaker indice. All right, I'm about to add to coin if it gets above 140.50. Look for coin. Meta's acting well. Google's still under a little bit of pressure. AMD's now coming in. Still holding my short from AMD out of the money. These are just common shares short. But notice the relative weakness in the Qs. No gap fill has been achieved. And you can actually see we've retraced right back to this neckline and rejection is setting in. So that's a big level for the Qs. We'll see if they get back up. I'm going to add to my Russell here at 32.23. 32.23. I just added, sorry, that's the TNA I'm looking at. My apologies. I've been shorting the TNA. 32.23 I added to my TNA position. 32.23 right up here. So basically my average now on TNA is 31.92. I'm out of the money. That's okay. We've already closed puts on Google. We've closed shorts on SPY from overnight, so a couple nice winners. We are now looking to see if we get continued weakness from that strength in the dollar and the yields. Bitcoin is surging. Coinbase is up, rallying nicely on the session. AMD's softening at the highs, but say Qs are coming back up for another test. Let's watch the Qs because the Qs are still weak, negative on the session. Other indices are positive. Still holding a S&P short as well. So some stocks that are still squeezing: Upstart, Carvana, PCT. All right, I just added to coin at 140.50. 140.50. 140.50. That's a 3/4 position short on coin. My average is sitting. Qs are still trying to push up here. VIX is getting crushed. QQQ's retesting that neck. Rejected. Bitcoin's surging here. So Bitcoin is starting to surge. Bitcoin's now up 1.7. Coin's up 3. Palantir's up. So now the heaviest volume stock of the day is that MLGO, AMD, and Tesla. SPY just got rejected at pre-market high. So SPY just got rejected at pre-market high. I'm seeing some weakness creep into semis. Lulu had a huge gap down yesterday and now is trying to flip positive. All right, SPY, big candle down coming in. Still holding a SPY short, a TNA short, and a coin short. And my AMD short from yesterday. I'd never I could have chased the bottom there. I should have chased the bottom. Hindsight is always 2020. NVIDIA is softening, getting rejected at that pre-market high. Apple might be trying to come in a little bit here. So still have the QQQ negative on today's session, down 0.15%. SPY is just slightly positive. Dollar up, yields up. Gold is getting hammered down 1%. All right, Coinbase is starting to come in pretty sharply here with the indices. Still holding my SPY short, TNA short, Coin, AMD. Let's flip back our Coin because we're almost going in the money with that. That one's starting to come in nicely. Amazon's falling over here. Google seeing some sell side pressure. All right, here comes. We could see a flush now on the indices after they got everyone bared up after with the gap down. They rally it, fill the gap on SPY, but Qs are getting rejected. All right, just like that, we're flat on our coin trade. But this one could actually come down. This is putting in a nasty little reversal here. And I'm seeing a bearish engulfing candle. Take a look at the QQ. Never filled that gap. And we're in the money on our TNA. So now things are looking very interesting here because if mega caps really start to sell after getting rejected at the neckline and not being able to fill the gap, that is a relative weakness. SPY filling its gap, TNA going positive, and the QQQ being unable to fill its gap is not a positive sign. So definitely short on tech is probably wise. You still have NVIDIA positive. We'll see if that turns red at all. I am seeing some weakness creeping into AMD. Coinbase got a pretty big bounce there. The dollar's still holding that 104 critical tightening range. I think this is the big test for the markets. If the dollar loses 104, I think we rally. But if it holds it, then I think we're going to fall. So again, the Q's was never able to recapture its pivot. Did not make a higher high. So therefore, this is technically bearish. And we could see maybe a potential 1 minute head and shoulders. If we come over and develop a right shoulder, we could see. What's interesting, SPY tested pre-market high. Kind of makes sense that the Qs will test pre-market low. And again, pre-market lows all the way down at 387. I'm going to short the QQQ here. 389.68, short the Qs. It's an entry position, 389.68, short the Qs. 389.68. I'll add if we test this double top. But we're short SPY, short Q, short TNA, short coin. We're basically shorting the major indices and a couple individual tickers. Still holding my AMD from yesterday. Here comes the sell-off in mega cap tech. Here they come. Apple getting demolished. Apple just flipped red. Microsoft red. So you now have the two biggest companies in the world flipping red. That's not a good sign. That is absolutely not a good sign for the market. Natural falling here. Way down at 387.17. Pre-market low. SPY tested market high, got rejected. Qs should test pre-market low. So I'm going to ride these shorts down on the Qs. We have a potential failed little gap fill breakout on the spiders. Let's see if the Qs can break down further from here. We did trigger this little mini head and shoulders. Dollar's still holding above 105. 10-year yields up 1.93. 2-year yields up 2.2. You have to think this unemployment number and labor market number that we received today, it has to be something that Powell is looking at and not happy with, because unemployment went down. He wants unemployment to increase because he wants the core inflation side to really start to come down, but that's just not happening right. All right, Qs are coming right back up here. Still holding short, still holding short. So SPY and Qs are getting a nice little bounce here. We're right back to entry on our Qs. SPY is trying to push up. Bitcoin's still catching a bid here. Big push in the markets. Whoa, what a push. Holy. All right, I'm adding to my short right here. 390.57. Wow, that was a ripping rally. SPY back above 25. Yields really haven't moved that much, but definitely seeing some weakness. I will add to my Qs if we touch the 391.28 area. All right, I just added to my TNA short at 32.37. 32.37. What a rip there. And if markets give this up, so Q's now filled its gap. Q's are testing pre-market high again. So my new average on TNA is 32.08. And my average on Q's is 390.24. What a push. Dollar's getting bought right back up though. Big rally on that 10 a.m. data. That was a massive candle to the upside. Well done if you caught that. I was caught in a little bit of a short, but I do think that it's going to be short-lived, and I don't think it's going to be a continuation. I'm still seeing Apple struggling at its pre-market high there. And that might have just been a wick to wick out some shorts, because it looks like we're coming right back in. Now, if the markets give this up and the Qs are still getting rejected on the larger term time frame, so just like that, we're in the money on our Qs. My average on TNA is 32.08. My average on SPY is 480.55. My average on coin is 139.60. I have still maneuverability in all trades. We have a half position in the Qs. We have a half position in SPY. We have 3/4 of position in the TNA. And we have a 3/4 position in coin. So again, if the markets lose that spike, that's not going to be good. And basically what that spike in the markets was the Michigan 1-year inflation expectations. The expectations consensus was 4.3, and actual came in at 3.1. So a huge. But Meta's now flipped green. Microsoft's base 141.45. 141.45. I just added to Coinbase short. 141.45. SPY's pushing up. Qs are tapping pre-market high. So my average on coin is 140.30 now. Out of the money on the Qs, out of the money on SPY. But we have not got a 10-minute close. Slightly out of the money. Coin still hasn't taken out its highs. Let's flip back to the S&P and the QQQ. So the Russell's trying to break above pre-market high. Next ad level on the Qs is all the way at 391.26. This is pre-market high. 390.70 is a big, big level. I'm actually going to mark that in the chart for us. So 390.70 is actually pre-market high. So technically speaking, we get above that, and it's game on for the Qs. It's actually really bullish. But until we get above that, we have to lean slightly bearish, although the Qs did flip green. The S&P is green. The Russell's up 1%. You still have yields up sharply today, as well as the dollar's still technically positive, up 0.33%. VIX is down 2% on the session. Here, let's take a look at CGC. So some small caps might actually be a play on the long side. I think if we're to short anything, it's going to be the Qs, continuation short. I'm going to go long CGC here at 74.69. 74 cents and 69. This is kind of like a hedge on some of our shorts. 74.69. Long canopy growth, CGC. It's just a starter position here. Just a starter. Qs are put. So we are getting above the pre-market high on the Qs here. I will add to my position one more time on the Qs there. We're now hitting the top of the SPY channel. All right, I just got filled on the Qs, 391. Still pushing here. So my average is 390.81, out of the money on the Qs, but that's okay. We'll see if we get any sort of weakness to creep in. Right now, some pretty big strength candles. SPY is trying to break out of and test a double top. Previous high pivot, double top on the SPY and the. So massive move. Bitcoin's starting to curl over. Look at this double top on the SPY. SPY here is being tested. So my average on SPY is 459.11. Double top is being tested though on the SPY. We are trying to breach it here. Canopy growth is starting to move as well. I'm going to do my final entry on coin if we breach the 142.15 area. What a ripper though. Semis are trying to break out again. NVDA is surging. But a big, big move in the major. Whoops. Let me get rid of all these. So SPY is continuing to pierce this double top here. So my average is 459.11. That fib channel is gone now. Just going to clean up this chart. But you can see we're well above this pivot now. Can actually draw a pivot zone across there. And we'll see what type of action we get. All right, I'm going to take profits on my CGC here. I'm going to sell my CGC for a nice little 1.5 or 1.69% gain at 76 cents here. SPY, let's flip back to the SPY. SPY is still holding strong here. Dollar has pretty much given up most of the gains. It's still actually positive on the session, but giving back a lot of the gains. Still holding my coin, my Qs, and we exited our CGC long at 76 cents. Dollar's pretty much giving back most of the rally that it had intraday. So we're broken out of that channel. Q's filled its gap. Q's flipped positive. Let's see what else we can look at. FSR might be an interesting trade. It's one of the small caps that are ETF. Maybe that might be okay. Big blow off top. I even mentioned the XLK yesterday in my video, saying that we could see a blow off top move. So SPY is coming in from the highs right now as we speak. Channel now. We are back testing the SPY channel. Markets are still just pretty much consolidating here at these previous pivots. You can argue that there is this new channel that we're going to test. Pivot here to pivot here to pivot here. SPY is still pushing up here. All right, I'm going to do a final entry on the SPY here, 459.95, 459.95. Basically, that brings up our average. Final entry, 459.47, short the SPY. 459. The Qs have to get above 392 for me to add again. And TNA would have to make a new high pretty much around 32.73-ish for me to add. Markets are in squeeze mode. Qs are up 0.45. Russell's up 1.14. SPY's up 0.43. Big squeeze on the SPY. All right, Qs. I just added my final add, 392.30 on the Qs, 392.30. Final entry on the Qs, 392.30. And Coinbase, my final entry, I just added at 142.38. 142.38. Spiked all the way up to 142.43. So my average on coin is now sitting at 140.99. 140.99 short coin. And my average on the 47 on the SPY. SPY has just gone absolutely parabolic here. Bitcoin's starting to wane just a little bit. The mega caps have turned green. Still seeing a little bit of relative weakness in Tesla. Considering the indices have blasted off this high, Tesla hasn't really participated as much as one would have expected. But indices are above pre-market highs. Google still has not filled its gap. So Google's actually still negative on the session. So it's one of the weaker mega caps. Dollar's about to go negative here. So the dollar's almost given up everything. Gold is still down 0.78%. Silver's down 1.4%. Why are the commodities lagging here? Even if the dollar's just giving up most of the gains. That's kind of interesting to me. All right, Coinbase is pushing up yet again. SPY and Q still pushing. Coin is still pushing now as well. Next major pivot on coin is at 143.40. Still holding an FSR long, which is trying to move up just a little bit here. I just wanted to keep this hourly chart on though, because it's pretty interesting. So Bitcoin is starting to sell off just a little bit. It's still up on the session, 1.3%. TNA is starting to fall just a little bit. There was a big 10-minute hanging man candle on TNA. AMD's at the highs of the session. All right, Meta's pulling in. SPY is just hovering at this area right now. Qs are pushing up. Still have natural gas just turned positive. A lot of mega cap strength out there. Apple's up 0.27% on the session. Positive, but it's given up most of its gain. Look at that dollar drop. Boom. So far, the VIX Crush Friday is happening, but surprisingly enough, the VIX is actually trying to move up off of the lows. So will we get some downside here? That's the big question. I'm watching the hourly charts on some names here. All right, SPY, TNA are all seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nothing crazy yet. Nothing crazy. Just probably some profit taking. SPY is still holding up. Semis are acting well. Amazon's about to flip back to the negative side. So if Amazon turns negative, watch for continuation potential weakness in Tesla. Dollar's still holding a SPY short here at 459. I'm expecting a retrace back to this 459 area. Even pre-market high might be 458.97. $91.65. We're holding a TNA short and a SPY short. And we're holding an FSR long. We closed a growth long. We're holding a coin short as well. Unfortunately, that one's slightly against us. Whoa. Look at this squeezy on FFIE. All right, I'm going to go long here on the next pullback on FFIE. This is kind of high risk, but things are looking squeezy across the board. This is super risky. All right, I am seeing the SPY running into a little bit of sellers here. Some profit taking in the near term is commencing. Trying to push up. Bitcoin's still trying to push up. Coin is coming in just a little bit here. All right, SPY's starting to see some pretty decent sized profit. Red, look for weakness in Tesla. Google's also red. Apple's starting to come in. Imagine this market goes red after this huge rally. That would likely be the blow off top in the market. That would be the absolute blow off top in the market. If this market turned red today, that would be an absolute nail in the coffin, in my opinion. Q still have the Qs and an S&P holding up here. Let's see this TUP. See this. Trade momentarily. It's bouncing just slightly off of our level. Okay, so we're going to go long TUP if we clear this little pivot here. We're getting rejected right now, but if we clear this pivot, let me just straighten that line out. That. All right, so AMD is now falling in from the highs, so is SPY. Strongest NVDA up 1.9. Healthcare is all negative on the session, so this is not a broad market rally, which makes me super suspect. The fact that healthcare is also negative. All right, so we're basically almost flat break even on our SPY. So I think this could actually, believe it or not, this market could turn negative today. I would not be shocked if this market turns negative today. For some reason this blow off top, the VIX is actually gaining momentum on a Friday. So we're basically flat here on our S&P trade. We are flat on our S&P trade. Here comes the fall. Get ready, guys. Get ready. Here we go. The selling is commencing. This is where it gets very interesting. If this market goes negative, this is the blow off top in the market. I'm telling you. If this market goes negative, if the S&P half the position here at 391.20 and put a break even stop on the remaining half. So I just trimmed the Qs at 391.20, half the position. I'm still holding a SPY, which are in the money, a TNA out of the money, and a coin short, and an FSR long. Look at this fall. Whoa. So we just closed half of our trade on the Qs for a nice gain there. Believe it or not, the S&P and Qs are almost going to go negative here. This is not, we go negative. I'm still riding shorts on this baby. Let's go. Come on. Fall, 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 fall. It's coming in now. Wow. What a fall. What a fall. We're seen. Just like that, we're in the money on all of our shorts. I'm just closed my full. Congratulations if you close that with me. 451.88. Still holding a QQQ half position short. Still holding a TNA short, which is a Russell, and still holding a Coinbase short. But what a full round trip back into support, hitting the pre-market high. We banked on that. That's why you just got to stay patient, inch into the positions, and just like that, we banked on two winners. Still riding the Qs with a half position short. Look at this, and we are basically let's flip back to the QQQ because the Qs are going to go negative. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Oh, I have to do this SPX chart. It is just miraculously wild. Wow. What a sell-off. Blow off top, sell off mode. Amazon's now on watch for a head and shoulders. I'm actually going to take, I'm going to take 145 puts on Amazon 145 puts on Amazon 0 DTE, 145 puts on Amazon 0 DTE. This market's going to go negative. But that was your blow off. Don't be surprised if we put in a topping tail today. What an epic fall. Absolutely shaken to the core. But we are doing a full round trip here. That went negative briefly there. Wow. What a rally. What a fall. So 391.61 is our average. What a trip. What a full round trip. Look at this. All right, we're hitting some near-term support. We are hitting some near-term support. I'm still holding my Q short all the way up at this 391.65. Took puts on puts on Amazon. Wow, what a move. We lose this trend down. I would not be surprised if we actually go all the way down to, holy moly. Composed because we just did a full fucking round trip, baby. A full round trip. Let's go, man. Qs are negative. Let's go, man. Come on, baby. This is what I'm talking about. All right, take a look at this QQQ. Our team a coin short, which we're almost basically break even on. So this has been a stellar. So notice how the Qs went right up into that resistance. That's an epic for the Qs. Bitcoin's still testing the 44,000 area, and the Qs have flipped negative. I think we could retrace all the way down to the bottom of the channel. Do not be new highs, and we're now unloading. So I'm going to do a super high risk trade here. I am going to do 388 0 DTE Q puts, 388 0 DTE Q puts, 388 small position. If these go in the money, it could be a huge banger. So 388 0 DTE puts, and I'm still writing my common shares short. Okay, so we entered right there. Let's watch these Q puts. Come on, baby. Give it up. We're holding the support, but I think we're going to give it up. I really do. I'm still holding a coin short, a TNA short. SPY we covered. We banged SPY. We banged SPY. I'm still holding Amazon puts. I called out 145 0 DTEs on Amazon. Look at that fall though. Wow. What a fall. So just like that, we are fucking bang, baby. I know there were doubters. Slowly inch in. So now we're at 3 super high risk options trade. 388 0 DTE puts. I'm writing 145 0 DTE puts on Amazon. We covered 2 SPY winners. We've covered a QQQ common share short, and I have a stop loss here at 391.19 on those common share short. We entered our 0 DTE puts right here, and I'm still holding a Coinbase short, but that full round trip, Amazon has gone negative after going positive briefly. What I'm looking here on Amazon is if we get a rejection and close back below this trend line, I think we could move back up. We are starting to get some market strength. See the sector review right now. So in terms of sectors, let's see the performance. You have the Dow positive, but you have 4 sectors negative. You have staples, real estate, utilities, and healthcare all negative. But if Amazon loses this, we could be triggering a head and shoulders on Amazon. And we have 145. We need these 145 0 DTEs to hit in the money. Come on, baby. Seeing continuation weakness creeping in. Indices. TNA is bouncing slightly here. Qs could be putting in a head and shoulders. We lose this area, this upsloping trend line, market high 17. So we're marking pre-market low market session in the pre-market before we open. So there is the ability that we could retest that, especially if the dollar gains its footing. Don't be surprised. Qs are still just holding here. NVIDIA is still the strongest mega cap right now. But again, that market change, the fact that we gave up that whole rally and putting in a little bit of a bearish wedge here is not a healthy sign. Microsoft starting to fall pretty sharply here. small caps are still the strongest indice. I am seeing the dollar trying to push back up. The dollar is trying to push back up here, and it didn't really budge much to the upside when the dollar was falling there. So it's certainly interesting. Bitcoin's still acting well. Meta's still acting well. NVIDIA is trying to push up some more now. So they may stop us out of our common shares that second half. I am interested in adding to my puts here. If we get a push into this little pivot zone here, 391.30, I will add to my puts. So we're just waiting patiently here. Sorry, 388 puts on the Qs. Qs short common shares. We took profits on our SPY trade. We took profits on our Q trade. In the money stop on the Qs right here. If we wick there, I will add to my puts though, second lot here at this 391.30 pivot. Apple's pushing right back up though. We could be forming a little head and shoulders. I am seeing the dollar still moving up, retracing most of the gains that were lost. All right, the Qs just stopped me out on my common shares, but I'm still holding puts. So we did get stopped out on the second half there, the runners, for another little profit after we covered down here at the lows. We hit support. Bitcoin's now starting to soften up. That should help our coin short. I'm still short coin, full position at around 1. All right, I just added to my QQQ puts there. Let's erase that. So you've done a nice little bounce here, about probably a 50% retrace almost a 50% retrace of that big sell-off. But that's a pretty decent sized sell-off. I would not be, and it happened on volume, so is too. Tesla's starting to see a little bit of weakness creeping in. All right, Qs are pushing up yet again, hitting a major fib. We are seeing coins selling just a little bit, still holding strong. Same thing with AMD. Coin is starting to come down, so our coin, we're still holding a full position short coin. That one I have not given up. It was going against us there pretty decently, and then with that rally, but now it's starting to trigger a potential 1 minute head and shoulders here. So we take a look at coin, and we breach that, and Bitcoin is trying to sell off here as well. So we'll see if we can get some downside on coin. Our average is sitting at that 140.99, just below 141. So we're about $1 out of the money. Bitcoin's selling a little harder now. Still have the 2-year up 2.37, the 10-year up 2.31. So yields are back to the highs of the session, where the S&P 500, so I'll show you, and the QQQ really dropped down to. Big QQQ push though. Big QQQ push. All right, I'm going to add another lot here to my QQQs, 391.80. VIX is softening, SPY right back up to the highs of the session. Qs are now about to test that top of that channel. Bitcoin's still coming in. Push. Well, those same sellers come into fruition. There was much heavier volume there on that sell-off than there is here. Bitcoin selling harder. Rivian's negative. You have Mara positive, up 5.67%. Tesla's up 0.5%. AMD's up 1.2%. Russell's up 0.87. SPY's up 0.34. Qs are up 0.41. So after the Qs went negative down here, they're now back up on the session. All right, so these puts are going against us right now. We'll see though. We have the end of the day. FSR, we went long FSR. We're still holding that one on the long side. Hopefully that can get some squeeze action. Wow, what an hourly reversal on the Qs. That is absolutely insane. Insane price action. Truly is. Coin is still breaking down here with Bitcoin. It's about to trigger that head and shoulders, so we're going to go in the money on that full position. And those are just contracts, can be anywhere. I'll be trading anywhere between 20,000 to 100,000, sometimes more, but that's my general vicinity range. So often you hear me say 1/4. The Qs and the SPY and the indices I trade much heavier, use a little bit of leverage. But if I'm in a company, like say I'm trading Apple, and I say a 1/4 short or 1/4 long, a pretty decent size. We break this little neckline here, we could see a big flush on coin. Still holding my tide. Potential hanging man on the 30-minute and the hourly candle for Qs. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Apple's pushing up. So we've banked now 5 winners today. We're still holding an FSR long. That's moving up nicely. That one was red. Now it's flipped green. So I'm expecting a potential short covering squeeze on that name. Getting wrecked on these 0DT puts right now. Just going to draw some new resistance pivots. Couple little resistance pivots at these wicks. We are at resistance yet again, kind of trying to push through that double top zone. And we have ins trend line. Your previous neckline break, retraced here, lower high. Now you could retrace all the way back up to that into a double top. It's going to be tough though. The markets are technically speaking at resistance. Tesla is trying to break out here. So Tesla is trying to break out. All right, high risk trade, 243, 0 DTE puts on Tesla. 243, 0 DTE puts on Tesla. 243, 0 DTE. Expecting a retest back to the pre-market high. So we're doing it right at this double top here. SPY is still hovering, acting well. Bitcoin's still under a little bit of pressure. Big volume on Tesla there. Whoa. Qs still have not taken out the highs. The next resistance, you do have some pretty decent resistance here on Tesla. I'll show you on the hourly chart. You can clearly see it. If you drop this trend line to this pivot now, that's what we're kind of running into. And then I'll draw a little bit of a flat top trend line there. All right, so Qs and SPYs could not take out the high. They could not take out the high. So this is where now the bears get another stab at the market to see if they can actually push this market back down to the lows. So bulls had an attempt there at the highs. They're still technically in control because all the indices are green. And they went from a red to green scenario, but it's never good when you see the bears. So our turf back above the neckline. That 1 minute candle engulfed Oh, and there was a gap fill there on the 1 minute chart that I did not notice. So 1 minute engulfing candle on 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 4 minutes there. We'll see if we get rejected or if they push it up some more. Bitcoin's getting another little 0.5%. Oil's up 2.28%. AMD is actually coming down now. So AMD is looking a little bit weaker out of the semiconductors while NVIDIA is staying strong. Could be coming in from the highs right now as we speak. Look at this FSR squeeze, guys. This is what we want to see. This is beautiful. SPY is coming right back down. Big fall in spiders. All right, guys, I'm about to exit my Fisker there for a 5% gain. Beautiful trade there. So a couple longs on Canopy and Fisker paid off well. Couple longs there that we a little bit of pressure. Tesla still holding Tesla puts, Amazon puts, coin short, QQQ puts, and a TNA short. TNA, I'm looking at a potential breakdown occurring. Playing out potentially on the SPY. It has not triggered it, but let's take a look at this SPY. Like I said, are trying to retest and break this area. They have a beautiful pivot zone here. Amazon's now coming back down. Tesla's coming in sharply as well. So our Tesla puts are now in, not in the money yet, but they're coming in. We're about $1 away from going in the money on Tesla. Let's see how much we can ride this. I mean, the way I think this market's previous breakout trend, I really think that we're about $1 away from. Give it up, man. Give it up. Look at this Tesla. We're $1 away from in the money on TNA. That one is triggering a head and shoulders on the 3-minute, 5-minute chart. Come on, give it up, markets. Give it up. SPY, please break that trend line. If SPY breaks this trend line, it's a nasty head and shoulders target. It's a nasty head and shoulders of SPY. I mean, we're still above pre-market highs, so you have to favor some ups. Look at this 2-year yield. It's actually making new highs higher than the wick that it spiked off of that jobs number. And still holding coin shorts, full position. Still holding, what was our, let me just double check here, 387 0DTEs. I'm holding 243 0DT puts on Tesla. I'm holding 145 0DT puts on Amazon. These go in the money. We're going to have probably, we could have over 1,000% trades here. We could have a couple of them, believe it or not. But let me just pull up this 2-year yield just to show you what I'm looking at here. Whoops. Where's that 2-year yield? There you are. There you're hiding. But that 2-year yield is up to 2.65. It actually made a high, I believe. We'll find out here momentarily. Bitcoin's still holding up. Google's still looking weak. Google's triggering a potential another head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart, testing the neckline right now as we speak. But look at that high wick all the way up there. AMD's also fallen from the highs. AMD is still holding on to positive gains, but that's a big candle up. We're almost near the highs of the session. in terms of where yields initially spiked, but the markets are really still trading near the highs as well. So definitely a little bit of a divergence occurring. SPY is right at that EMA 113. The neckline is slowly right above. We're in the money on our TNA short. We have a 3208 average. This is a triple levered ETF via the IWM. Look at this. So TNA daily chart. I'm going to flip to the 1 minute because we had a 1 minute head and shoulders. Still holding a full position short on TNA. Holding 3 lots of puts on the Qs. Holding Amazon. But look at that head and shoulders trigger. Broke the neckline and it's been downhill since. Look at that. So our average is sitting at 3208. Sorry, this chart's acting a little slow. SPY is testing the neckline right now. Literally as we speak, SPY is testing the neckline. So our average is all the way up at 3208. And look at this. Downside is all the way to 3143. These fucking puts are going to print. Print. Fuck yes, man. Come on, baby. We just need coin to give it up now. And then we're fucking laughing to the bank on this Friday, guys. Yes! Let's go, man. Come on, we're printing. Look at TNA fall. SPY hands from being in the money. Look at that Tesla fall. Look at this Tesla fall. Come on, baby. The dollar's trying to push back up. Come on. Give us this. Go negative the Qs. Go negative SPY. Go negative the Russell. Come on. Gold and silver have been telling us that these markets are likely going to go negative. They're getting absolutely obliterated. Obliterated today. Dollar's still trying to push up here. So the dollar is pushing up. I repeat, dollar is pushing up. We just need coin to move up for us. But Tesla's about $1 away from hitting our target, our 243 puts. All right, hey everybody, we are back here. So the markets are just completely giving it up. We added our puts here, here, and here. We are banking on our zero DTEs. I still think there's an ability for the Qs to hit 388 today. I'm still holding my Coinbase short. I'm still holding a TNA short, which we are banking. We are in the money. TNA huge on TNA. Our entry on TNA was 32.08. We're already in the money by 52 cents, a dollar, 1.61%, a massive whopping gain. Qs have triggered a head and shoulders. SPY have triggered head and shoulders. The Russell has triggered a head and shoulders. The dollar is continuing to float. Insane price action day. We are absolutely banking. Yes. Let's go, man. So always another one around the corner. FSR. I'm seeing more red showing up on the screen. Sectors are trying to roll over. QQQ is looking like it's going to get rejected at pre-market high. There's a great shot here. If QQQs get rejected at pre-market high, we are going to test pre-market low. These puts are probably going to be 500-600% on the Qs. Our Tesla puts are almost in the money. Our Amazon zero DTEs are slightly down on the trade right now. Coin, we're also slightly down on the trade, but I am expecting lower price action, specifically what the Dixie is doing. So let's just see. I'm going to take this time to talk my own book. Tradingcapital.ca is my Discord service. Please check out my website if you're interested in extra help. I offer swing trading and day trading service. We already closed a few bangers today, live stream. I try to do these live streams just to show you how composed you have to be in the market. And at the end of the day, this is all real life experience. You can't really sugarcoat when you're doing live streaming. When I call out a trade, I have to honor it. When I close a trade, win, loss, or draw, you have to just take it on the chin and celebrate. The SPY, the Qs were going against us on these big rallies, and we just stayed composed. We stayed within position management. We added at the technical levels, and just like that, we are fucking banking. We are up huge today on all of our trades. After it started off to be a pretty disgusting bloodbath for our shorts, we are now banking. And we're still going to bank, looking very likely. Unless something happens from now and then that gives the market some sort of a huge facelift, which I am not expecting because the dollar's almost back near the highs. Yields are almost back near the highs. Qs have triggered bearish price action. The Russell has triggered bearish price action on the SPX. Take a look at this candle formation that is forming on the daily chart. I just want you to recognize this. We pierced, made a new high, a picture perfect double top on the SPX. If this candle goes all the way back lower and turns negative, which the SPY is 15 cents away from turning negative, 0.3 cents away. If we get a topping tail that engulfs the previous day too, right now session. So listen up, take some notes. One of the reasons why you should not buy this technical gap fill, although gap fills are very powerful support zones, one reason you should not buy this is because look what you're doing. You're consolidating, putting in a bear flag right above that technical level. So the odds are if you break this bear flag, which they're pretty high odds of doing so, you're going to slice through that technical level. Okay. Let's just flip back to the SPY and the Qs. Again, we are heavily in the money on Qs, heavily in the money on SPY, heavily in the money on TNA. Coin is still going against us. My AMD shorts from yesterday, just common shares, my average is sitting at 124.86. So that one I am losing on for now. It's kind of turning into more of a swing trade. It's down about 3% on that trade. But again, I am expecting more price action to head lower. But it's looking pretty bearish here. Google breaking down again. So the only trades that because I want to buy it cheaper on the long side. I do. I think Tesla is one of the most innovative companies. The ecosystem that they're establishing through their cars, through what Elon Musk is doing with Twitter, through what Elon Musk is now doing with XAI, the new company offering, what was it, a 1 billion shelf offering, trying to raise money. The potential of Elon Musk maybe going public with SpaceX. You know, the ecosystem that Elon is building is one that you have to respect and implore. But that's all long-term views. Short-term, I still see some negative price action potentially unfolding. All right, a big short covering there on Tesla and the Qs and spiders. So we'll flip back to the Qs. Qs are retesting, SPY is retesting pre-market high. SPY is retesting. And whenever the SPY makes a huge bull run up like it did initially in the market open, and then it comes back down, tests pre-market high, bounces off pre-market high, then it rallies again off of pre-market high and falls but makes a lower high, that's kind of a little bit of a slight bearish indication and sign. Just small. You know, there's still a potential we can rally and go higher here. Qs are getting a nice little push up here. Bitcoin's starting to weaken just a tad. Bitcoin is starting to weaken just a tad. And again, my Trading Capital Discord, I post a live service to a Discord where I have entries and exits to all my trades. I track insider buying and selling. I post daily analysis videos for my members. So a whole host of valuable information. We are seeing the indices moving up now. We are seeing the indices moving up. So big push coming in the Qs. Let's see what the S&P. The S&P is still fighting pre-market high, finding rejection. Pre-market high is 458.75. Qs are above its pre-market high. So the Qs are now looking to be gaining a little bit of relative strength compared to the S&P, and the Russell is still looking to go negative. TNA, I would not be shocked if it goes negative. Big down candle rejection there. All right, sellers are back in control. They are back in control of this market. Things are not looking optimistic, especially when you get a candle like that. That is just absolute nastiness. I repeat. And there's probably a short on NVIDIA up here because NVIDIA is trying to break out, but it's failing here. So there is probably a little bit of a short on NVIDIA, but we have a lot of exposure here. I'm not really seeing any longs at this point in time, unless it was an inverse ETF. But what a rally. What a rally. And then what a fall. What volatility. I mean, you know, the VIX is still down 2%. Yields are still at the highs. Gold is testing that 2000 level. It's at 2004. Google has triggered a 5-minute head and shoulders. So I'm looking for continuation weakness in the mega caps. Coin is trying to push back up. But a pretty big bounce there on the S&P 500. So you still have staples are weak. SPY's pushing up. Qs are pushing up. Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla still looking decently okay. We're still watching these markets. Still have head and shoulders on TNA that's triggered. Still have a head and shoulders on SPY that is triggered. Head and shoulders on the Qs that is triggered. So SPY is trying to get above that pre-market high. It is above it right now. 30 seconds left on this 1 minute candle. Coin's getting a nice big push. AMD's faltering from the highs. So AMD could be ending the day with a little bit of a topping tail. It's not a topping tail actually. The wick is too small. But it could be a daily reversal candle. Time will tell. But markets are getting a nice little push here. So now you're starting to see some weakness creep into the semis, but you're seeing the likes like Tesla pushing, Amazon pushing, Google pushing, Bitcoin pushing. There's a head and shoulders on NVIDIA. I'm going to short NVIDIA here, 475.75. 475.75, just common shares short NVIDIA. Turn negative on the session. So I think in fourth position. And if this breaks, you're going to have additional pressure on the Qs because NVIDIA is, again, the strongest mega cap. It's up over 2%. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what NVIDIA can do. This would imply NVIDIA falling. If it triggers this neckline, another 0.8%, which would give up half of its gains on the session, which is pretty decent. Pretty decent. That would definitely put pressure on the Qs unless miraculously Apple and Microsoft and everything else rallied. TNA is getting a big bounce here, so is the Qs and spiders. But we have some weakness creeping back into AMD, still holding those shares short, common shares short. Still holding Amazon 0 DTEs, Tesla 0 DTE puts, Amazon puts, coin shorts, NVIDIA shorts. And QQQ 0 DT puts. Still thinking Qs can get much, much lower. So NVIDIA has triggered this head and shoulders. Let's see what type of action we get. So a little bit of an insider trade this morning today to my members. Success. So that's a nice little trade already. And this is a swing trade. And you got to love swing trades when you pick the low and you see a reversal, because just like that, we're up 2.5%. And if this QQQ indice falls sharply lower, we could see much, much more downside. AMD's faltering a little bit more now. Coin's still acting strong. So pretty big bounce in the Qs. Still expecting more downside. We have triggered bearish price action in NVIDIA. We've triggered head and shoulders on the spot. Actually, you can argue, say we have. We actually have. Qs or test or SPY is right back at that pre-market high level. So it's a big, big resistance point. I'm just going to take away these moving averages, clean it up a little bit. You know what we will put on is the EMA 113. I do like to keep that one on for you guys because that's a pretty big usual resistance point. The markets like to chop around the EMA 113 quite frequently. You have oil up today. You still have strength in the mega caps. So the likes of Microsoft is up 0.42, Apple's up 0.24. Here comes the next round of selling. Notice the EMA 113 getting rejected there at pre-market high as well. So we are still net short this market. Let's see if Bitcoin starts to fall. It's actually holding up pretty resilient right now, up 1.31%. Still holding Tesla puts. I want the 243s to get in the money, but it's not a matter of what I want. It's what does the market want? The market is always right. We are up on that trade. I'm still holding Amazon 0DT 145 puts. Those ones are going slightly against us, but we still have lots of time in this session. And then has anybody traded the quadruple levered SPY ETF. I think it's XXX. Is that what it is? Does anybody know the quadruple lever ticker? Yeah, it is. Let's go! Let's go! Come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're falling. Look at this fall in the SPY. Chart is acting slow. We're banking. Come on, baby. Let's go, man. Google Head and Shoulders has triggered. NVIDIA Head and Shoulders and triggered. Tesla's about to trigger Head and Shoulders. It's just triggering right now. 243 puts on Tesla are basically in the money here. We're in the money on our puts. 0 DTEs just went in the money, but I guess a lot of candle action. But the SPY is dumping here. SPY is, and look at Tesla. We took 0 DTE puts right at the high, 243. 244.88. We took puts. Look at the dump coming in. Oh my goodness. Look at this dump in the Qs. The SPY is getting absolutely slaughtered. Qs, Tesla. All right. Tesla, I'm taking profits here. Tesla, I just closed my 243 0 DT puts. Bang! Look at that. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you. Huge win. Huge win. That was a massive win. 326% on those puts. Bang. Just like that. I'm still holding QQQ 0 DTEs. I'm still holding Amazon 0 DTE puts. QQQ 0 DTE puts. We just secured our Tesla 0 DTE puts that went in the money there. What an epic trade. What an epic trade. Still holding coin shorts, which that one's going against AMD short. I'm still holding. But look at that fall. Target for these puts on the Qs is all the way down to 388 here. All the way down to 380. You now have the indices red. And if mega cap continues to sell, we're still holding an NVIDIA short, a TN. Congrats if you're banking. This is a well-deserved trade. Just going to take that time to please recognize my Discord. Check out my Discord above tradingcapital.ca because we are just tearing this motherfucker up. We are indeed. Now, the best thing would be if we got Bitcoin to go negative. That would be the absolute game-changing. If we got Bitcoin to go negative and fall, I would be absolutely so happy. But look at this NVIDIA trade. Look at this NVIDIA trade. It's dumping. Qs are still dumping. SPY is still dumping. Qs are now at 390. And again, SPY's negative, Qs negative. Russell's hanging on to positive. We have a TNA short. We're in the money. We have a QQQ trade. We're in the money. Look at this NVIDIA. We took that short right here. Bang. Big drop. I'm looking for a big move down on NVIDIA. A big move down. I have 100 shares short on NVIDIA. Right now we're up about, what is that? 190, 188. It's fluctuating. But I'm looking for a move down. I want to get at least $400 on this trade. Some nice lunch money. And I think we can do it. We took over 326% on Tesla puts. Still riding Amazon 0 DTEs. I'm still expecting Amazon to break. Volatility that we've had has just been immense volatility. This was your original neckline, got back above it. Now we're retesting, but now you can draw this bigger head and shoulders, which really you can say if you break this neckline, it triggers it. It's an even bigger one where we can draw a downside target, and wherever we breach, that's where the target, that still wouldn't take it negative, but coin is the last, and basically everything else. So here comes the Qs. Whoops, QQQ. Brilliant. What a trade. What a freaking trade. These markets are in trouble, people. These markets are in trouble. Just like that, we are fucking tearing it up. Oh my goodness gracious me. I'm so thankful. Thank you very much to the trading gods, and thank you very much for us analyzing this price action correctly. I did not trust it yesterday. Holding TNA, holding NVIDIA short, holding Amazon puts, holding QQQ 0 DTEs, which we are fucking flying. I want more though. I want more. I am not happy. Oh, I am happy. I'm grateful, but I want more. I think we get more downside in this market. That's certainly the way it's shaping up here. Shaping up for more downside. TNA is seeing more rollovers. Dollar's still pushing up. It's back above 104. So why the market's rallied substantially is because the dollar closed below 104. Now it's back above 104. So the dollar's in critical tightening mode yet again. AMD is now softening up. SOXS is moving higher here. AVGO is getting absolutely demolished. Coinbase, again, testing that neckline trigger. So again, we added puts here, here on QQQ. 0 DTE puts, bear flag forming. We're about to break. I have 0 DTE, 388 0 DTEs. Pre-market low where yields wicked up is all the way down here at 387.18. Notice how we tested the high end of the range channel here on the Qs. And I mean, markets could get a little bit of a bounce here in the near term. But notice how we tested the high end of the range and got rejected twice. There's a great chance that we could come all the way down to the bottom of this channel. You even have that massive, massive gap fill that sits all the way down here. So I'm watching these levels closely. There's a great shot that the market could fall all the way down. Now, it is a Friday. They definitely like to crush volatility on Fridays, so there's always that chance that we could continue a rally. But we have to understand that when the markets make that massive surge to the upside and then get rejected twice and start falling and toppling over, that's never a healthy sign. Tesla's gone negative. AMD's gone negative. Q's went from red back to green, back to red, back to green, and now they're back to red. The Qs and the S&P are red. The Russell's still hanging on to positive gains. Gold is down 1.2. Silver's down 2.8. Things are getting saucy and dicey here. You have the 2-year yield of 2.74%, showing that Powell at the FOMC meeting is going to be super, super hawkish. You have the 10-year yield up 2.58%. Things are looking nasty for the bulls at this point in time. So if you did not have that, if you were leveraged long and you did not take profits off of that big rally, that is unfortunately your mistake. And that's probably why people need help trading. I often get caught on this fucking rally that just destroyed, and what type of price action I'm seeing. My average on AMD is 124.87. We could actually see that today with the downside that I'm expecting in the markets, but it just shows you that not every trade is going to be perfect. I certainly lost on some 0 DTE puts yesterday on NVDA. I lost some 0 DTE puts on Tesla yesterday, and today we banked on Tesla 0 DTEs. Today we're banking on QQQ 0 DTEs. We're banking on an NVIDIA short. We banked on a SPY short. So I mean, no trader's perfect. If you get someone out there that's telling you they're perfect at trading, run. Losses are part of the game. Price action today. Bitcoin's now starting to fall. That's going to help our Coinbase. Just like Coin right now, we're out of the money on Coin, but I do anticipate more downside. Kind of a double top almost failed here on AMD. And the big question is, how much price action is AMD going to give up? You saw that heavy reversal. SPQ is getting a little bit of a bounce now. I'll flip back to the SPY chart momentarily. AMD is still coming lower, so semis are seeing some weakness. If AMD actually retraces all the way back to 50% today, that would imply a move down in AMD. Take a look at this. Of about 2.95%. AMD right now is down 0.5%. That's certainly the one. And then we'll be back in the money on our trade. Let's just flip back to the QQQ since we are riding puts there, and I am just slightly here. Still pockets of strength, The likes of Apple are still green, NVIDIA, Microsoft are still green. So until they truly break down, we still have to respect the price action. And look how much the Qs have fallen right now. And you still have NVIDIA so strong, Apple so strong, Microsoft so strong. That's kind of an interesting little phenomenon. I think the next mega cap, basically the weakest mega cap that's looking right now is, well, not the weak. NVIDIA is technically the strongest, but there's maybe a 5-minute head and shoulders on Apple. Hasn't triggered, so we have to wait until we get a neckline. So, I mean, what I'm looking here is on Apple. If we start curling over, we're developing the right shoulder. So we're coming into the time frame where the head and shoulders, if it does build that right shoulder, it's starting right now. It should start curling to the downside, like very shortly, within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Apple should start curling down here. And this is what I'm looking at here. This is just the head and shoulders here. You can maybe see it better on the 3-minute or 2-minute, the smaller term time frames. Apple. Watch Apple. Still riding Amazon puts. 0 DTE, 145 0 DTE puts, slightly down on that trade. Still riding QQQ puts. QQQ 388 0 DTEs. I think we hit those today. Q's forming a 5-minute bear flag. Now you have Apple trying to curl over. So Apple's going to be the next big component for the market, whether or not we see a breakdown or not. And I mean, if you see a breakdown on Apple, this is going to weigh on the S&P and the Qs and the Dow. So, I mean, you could see a move down to 193. This potential move, if we start curling over now on Apple, you could see Apple actually turn negative and go down. Right now it's up 0.17%. This implies a 0.56% drop. So that would certainly weigh in on the indices some more. NVIDIA again has triggered that head and shoulders bear flag. TNA still has triggered a bear flag. The downside target has not been fulfilled. We are just in sell mode. The dollar is continuing to grind here. The dollar is continuing to grind. I think it would be pretty spectacular to see Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Apple all go to the dark side negative. It would be pretty special to see that. There's certainly a possibility that it can happen. You know, markets they're not down that much. You know, the SPY is only down 0.5%, Qs are only down 0.5%. So we could still see a huge amount of selling. A huge amount of selling could still be resuming in this market. AMD's still trickling. Remember, Google's triggered a head and shoulders. Apple's coming right back down now. So Apple's the next victim, testing pre-market high. This is pre-market high here. Look at this Apple curling over here. So Apple is starting to curl. We're still holding an NVIDIA short, 475.75. We're in the money nicely. We took profits on our 0 DTEs. We rode Tesla from pretty much the high of day around 244.90 all the way down to our target of 243. We actually covered our 0 DTEs at 242.70. So we took 0 DT puts all the way up at almost 245, rode it down $2 to our target. Beautiful. We're still riding Amazon puts. We're riding a coin short. We're riding an NVIDIA short. We're riding a TNA short, which we're in the money by over 1.23%. We're still holding QQQ 0 DTE puts, which we're definitely up on. Let's look at the Qs here because it is forming a little bit of a bear flag. Some of the strongest stocks in the market are the crypto stocks. You've now had the Dow turn red. You have more sectors turning red here. More sectors are turning red. So Q. Notice how we're retracing back to the yesterday's head and shoulders that triggered. Coins moving up here. NVIDIA's getting a decent bounce. Qs are getting a decent bounce. Apple's getting a decent bounce. So everything is getting a pretty decent bounce here. Qs are testing pre-market high again. All right, the next wave of selling looks to be commencing. So again, definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. There's a lot of interesting price action, a lot of things people need to be aware of as we head into the new year. Many people are expecting a Christmas rally. Many people are expecting a Santa Claus rally. Historically, that's how market cycles work, but the markets are never that easy. The FinTwit sentiment is bullish, absolutely bullish all over the place. But again, I'm not leaning that way right now. I think we've had the bullish move from basically October, November. And I think now we get the profit taking into the new year. Tesla's still dumping. Holy cannoli. So we just need Coin to cooperate. Coin is still one of the heaviest, strongest stocks right now because Bitcoin is acting well. Bitcoin's still up 1.3. Qs are down 0.2. S&P just flipped slightly green there again. Again, I'm riding these puts down to 388. That's my target. Nice little bear flag forming. Nice little bear flag forming on the Qs. We have shorts on NVIDIA. Apple's now curling over, so Apple's about to potentially go negative off of this dip. Here comes the next QQQ fall. AMD is continuing to sell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 10-minute candles down in a row. I do have a potential long trade on AMD coming into fruition, so keep AMD on watch. We have a potential long on AMD that is looking pretty lucrative here. Maybe a little bit more downside. Dollar's still pushing. Dollar's almost near the highs again. And if you're not prepared for what happens next in this market cycle, if you're not prepared for what these yields, what the dollar, especially what the dollar's about to do, then I suggest you research the dollar, research history, research what a bull steepener is, research what a bear steepener is. You need to understand those concepts. To be successful in the market, you need to understand what a bull steepener is and what a bear steepener is. This is not the time to fuck around with your capital. Could happen today with this market weakness. The dollar is into that critical tightening range. Bitcoin's still diverging. I would not be surprised if Bitcoin goes red today. It's only 12 o'clock. Look at the little head and shoulders that you've triggered on Bitcoin, 5-minute chart. So you have triggered that. Downside target takes you roughly to 43. That implies a drop of roughly 1%, 0.9%. That would still keep it positive on the session, but watch for this potential pattern to keep playing out here. It is super, super strong, but we have triggered that head and shoulders. Now, if you get a close back above that neckline, then obviously it negates the pattern and you have to wait for the next setup. S&P Qs are now coming down some more. Coin is still the only trade that's going against us right now, and Amazon. But Amazon put some writing down. I'm looking at an AMD long at the huge sell program happening in AMD right now. If you look at AMD, there's a big sell side program occurring right in front. I'm going to put a break-even stop on NVIDIA. I'll pull up the chart after I dissect this, but I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on NVIDIA at 474.92. So I'm locking in some profits regardless of what happens here. But this is a hard sell program. You know, whenever you start seeing, I'll show you on the 10-minute chart, it's a little bit easier to explain. But whenever you start seeing consecutive 10-minute down candles in a row after you make a high, that means that a huge player is trimming and taking profit. Not just trimming, but taking profits hard. You know, you're this because you have had that phenomenally parabolic move to the upside. You know, if you do your fib retrace just from yesterday's move, you're only at the first fib zone. This could fib retrace all the way 50%. Now the markets are getting a nice big boost here. They are getting a big boost. So Qs are testing its pre-market high again. Putting in a 10-minute bear flag on the Qs. The TNA ETF is still trying to push up. Dixie's still pushing up. The 2-year yield just made a new high of day, 2.96% yield. Very interesting. This is a little bit of a 10-minute bear flag forming on the Qs that you just want to be cautious. And Apple's getting a big push. So Apple's actually tagged the neckline that we had on our chart and is now getting a pretty decent bounce off of that neckline. Market makers never make the short side easy. In a downtrend, if the market's in a downtrend, which I think we're about to be today, key pivot zone over here, you know, this consolidation range on the Qs, I'm just going to put in a box to see a bigger move to the downside. Because right now, you know, you had that big gap down pre-markets, you had a big rally. Now you're just kind of in the midpoint. You're fairly neutral, but based off of pattern, this is a bear flag. The S&P has triggered head and shoulders. You look at NVIDIA has triggered a head and shoulders. Apple's on the cusp of triggering one. Google has triggered one on the 5-minute chart. Microsoft is still holding up. Tesla has gone from red to green and now back to red. Tesla hourly chart maybe has a head and shoulders also developing. And Tesla just keeps getting rejected at the same point. Flag. And like I said, this is the key range we're just stuck in. We've been stuck in it since basically yesterday, the 7th, around noon. And you notice how we've had dips below it, rally above it. So the bulls and bears, it's a big struggle. Bitcoin is, but look at this little bear flag forming. You already triggered your bigger head and shoulders intraday up here. And now we're seeing more downside. I have an average of 32.08. This is a full-size position on TNA. It's 4 entries. I built a position around 4 different entries. Coin is still pushing up. Bitcoin is selling. Don't be surprised if Bitcoin flushes. I could see a hard. That would catch a lot of people off guard. If we saw a sharp flash down move in Bitcoin, call it 4 to 5% today, you know, maybe even more. We haven't really seen that in a while in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's character has just been, you know, we're maybe splitting hairs here, but so that Dixie roped people in, The markets have roped a whole up, down. So this type of price action is all known as a form of a liquidity grab. Market makers try to pump liquidity in, rip it away from participants, pump it, or I should say they pump it out, pump it in, pump it shoulders. So we could see a sharp dip down to 43. Coin is slowly responding. It should start to respond more. Bitcoin's only up 1%, coin 4.84%, and it is falling now sharply. So if we look at like the price action that on a little bit of a larger term time frame on Bitcoin, going to do a little bit of analysis, and we still have 4 hours left in the trading session. Well, 3 hours and 52 minutes left in the trading session here. So it's a massive, massive amount of time for a lot of price action to unfold. Bitcoin's falling a little bit harder now, a little bit harder. Oh, here she goes. Watch out for her. She's gonna. So this is the level that I've been watching on Bitcoin. My chart may load. I'm just going to give it a little bit. But you have triggered the head and shoulders. Downside take. Bitcoin actually broke out here, confirmed on the hourly chart. So now what we watch for Bitcoin is instrumental to Bitcoin's price action. One of the only reasons why I think it might be a failed breakout is this pivot, and you draw it across. Basically, you can see this is kind of your start of your breakdown zone. Boom. Rallied up, rejection. Now you're rallied up, trying to make a breakout zone, and you've kind of failed that attempt at doing so. SPY and Q is still coming. Watch out for that Bitcoin flash crash. Watch out for that Bitcoin flash crash. SPY and Qs are still coming back down. Apple's about to trigger. Look at our NVIDIA short printing. Oh, this is stunning. This is stunning. This is absolutely spectacular. Wow. This is super impressive. I'm super, super stoked about this. And now coin is slowly starting to come in. Slowly. Still holding strong. The S&P is down some more. Bitcoin target of this little micro head and shoulders is all the way down here. So now what's interesting is let's see if we can identify another pattern. So there's always like patterns within patterns within patterns. You always want to try to think a step ahead. So what I mean by that is like we're watching this little 5-minute head and shoulders, right? So let's just assume that this plays out and gives us a target down there. Then we got to look for the next pattern set up. So if this comes down and hits target, then what do we have here? Well, we can arguably say that if we bounce here, we have a little bit of a new neckline that we can use. So if we come down to target here and then get a little bit of a bounce and start curling back over, we have a left shoulder here. We've now, and this is a little bit of a larger term. Whoops, that's the wrong tool. So we could be forming a little bit of a larger head and shoulders here. So that would be your left shoulder. This would be your head. GG, no. Sorry, my cat's just going crazy. And then let's assume we come down to target. Just bear with me here, guys. I gotta move my cat out of the way here. She's just fucking with my mouse and cursor. Sorry. NVIDIA is still selling, so we have a left shoulder head. If we come down to target and then start bouncing, we could form a right shoulder here. So we're watching these patterns closely, but this 5-minute head and shoulders has triggered. Definitely. Coinbase is now starting to respond. AMD is still trickling lower. There are some day trade longs. So I'm watching AMD. I do like AMD on the party that try to go long as well. Coin is now falling some more, so that's good to see. Coin is now down 4% or up 4% only, and it is coming in sharply. So that one, we're still holding a position day trade short. Q's, SPY are breaching the lows. NVIDIA is getting absolutely demolished. I'm about to cover NVIDIA. Get ready. Get ready. NVIDIA is almost at the downside target. We're getting alerts here across the board. Sun Power crossing 466. I'll take a look at that momentarily. All right, guys, I'm covering NVIDIA at 471.90. 471.90. I just covered NVIDIA at 471. That huge drop. That is a wonderful trade. Oh my goodness, the charts are moving so quick right now. You can't even get in them play. Reacting to the head and shoulders trigger. NVIDIA, we took profits at 471.90. 471.90 on NVIDIA, we took profits. Take a look at NVDA. Apple's looking like it wants to trigger its head and shoulders. TNA is coming into target. We are now up on the trade almost 2%, 64 cents. Target is 31.36. We're almost there. We are almost there. Tesla's still falling. Apple's about to trigger head and shoulders. And this is where it gets interesting, is that if Apple triggers a head and shoulders, that's going to be the next leg lower in the markets. And what's crazy about this is that you have now the indices all turning red, but the VIX is still getting crushed. So it's still a selling of VIX volatility today, but the markets are red. So that's a little bit of a character change, because yesterday we saw the markets all green in the VIX. So the VIX is clearly a broken instrument. It's clearly a broken instrument. Sorry, I put the wrong chart on. Coinbase is now, we took profits on our NVIDIA. So good job if you were in that trade with us. That was an excellent trade. We wrote it down from 475 all the way, 475.75 all the way down for a $3.73 gain. Actually, no, sorry, it was more. It was a $3.81 gain. So now you're getting a big bounce in the markets. I don't know why this NVIDIA chart is not loading. NVDA and coin short. We took profits on Tesla. We took profits on NVIDIA. We took profits on our long trade. We took profits on our Fisker long trade. We took profits on our Tesla 0DTE puts. We took profits on two different SPY shorts. We took profits on a Q short. We're riding a Q put. We have our TNA put still in the month, or sorry, our TNA short, full position. Coinbase, we're flat on Coinbase. Just like that, we're flat on Coinbase. That was our worst trade of the session. And just like that, we are flat on Coinbase. So in trading, everyone wants instant gratification. You know, in the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it's tough watching these trades go against you when you're on the short side. Just patient. We trusted the technicals. We inched in, never went in full port on one single level. Look at this bounce on NVIDIA now. What a spectacular bounce. If this triggers now, I mean, that's a much big shoulders on NVIDIA. Markets are getting a pretty spectacular bounce here. Look at that bounce. Holy Hannah. What a bounce. QQQ, absolute face ripper of a bounce as well. I still have AMD going lower. This is not the buy yet. I'm actually looking at some shorts on AMD again. AMD 726, 127.26. Short AMD. SPY Q still coming down. Apple got a face ripper of a bounce as well. Okay, so Amazon just turned green. Those puts are going against us. You see, even though the market will have one more down leg in AMD, the next lower low, I believe, is going to be an interesting opportunity on the long side for AMD. We're getting a big bounce now, but I think the next low in AMD, and we should make one. We should make one. Big bounce though in the indices. Huge bounce in NVIDIA. Tesla's not participating in the bounce. Go figure. Wow, those Tesla, if we rode those 0 DTEs, probably would have been over 1,000%. If I held on to them a little bit longer, it would have been over 1,000%. That's just crazy. But what an epic bounce, though, in the markets. What an epic bounce. Question is, do we sell right into that again? The odds are very, very likely since we have not achieved the downside targets yet. Spiders are tapping the EMA 113. QQQ is fighting its pre-market high. Apple's pushing up. Microsoft is pushing up some more. Coin is bouncing pretty hard there. Markets are still getting a pretty decent bounce here. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out that alert that I got on. Let's see what it gives. Whoa, what a bounce in these markets. Why isn't this working? I'm going to pull it up on my other screen, see if it's worthy of looking at. So notice how the QQQ and the SPY and NVIDIA is almost back to our entry on the short side. This is miraculous. Wow. So after the markets went green and then red, now they're back to the green side. Wow, this is crazy price action. All because the dollars just had two 10-minute down candles. Still above 104, but off the highs. VIX is getting absolutely demolished. Still holding my QQQ puts. We're still up on them, but slowly back. Look at this range that we're back in now. The same freaking range that we just cannot get out of. But that's a pretty big rally off of the lows for the S&P and the Qs and the Russell. Apple's pushing up, trying to make it a little bit of a new high of day. Whoa. Apple's remaining resilient here. Tesla's down 0.5%. Tesla really did not bounce off of the lows like the other stocks have. I'm still in the camp Tesla's going to have one more flush out to the downside before it's time to get long. Bitcoin's still under a little bit of pressure here. Still at the top of this resistance box. I'm just going to be right back. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm just going to get some food. A couple boiled eggs, some avocado, and we'll see what else. Maybe a few handful of nuts. Still watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin has not achieved the downside target yet, but it's trying to fall. You've had oil soften up a little bit. Nat gas is basically flat again. So no bids in nat gas. And again, let's just say Bitcoin bounces here, forms a right shoulder. You could also be trying to form a right shoulder here. If Bitcoin bounces and forms a right shoulder, then you have a bigger 5-minute head and shoulders. We'll watch it closely. Qs are still hanging on just a little bit. NVIDIA is technically another short here. Amazon, I may have to get out of these puts. Amazon's actually, I may have to take a small loss on these puts. You're just going to see. I'm going to wait a little bit longer here just to see what transpires. So you can see the EMA 113. Let's see what the QQQ is doing. So again, if you're interested in some extra help trading this market, navigating this market, you can definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. Once I come back in the next couple minutes after I get my food, I'll just touch base with some of the headlines that are coming across the market right now that could be potentially important to discuss and dissect. We're still holding trades across the board. We're still holding a coin short, which is against us right now, but we are seeing Bitcoin potentially breaking down. It's now only up 0.94%. So Bitcoin's given up a lot of its gains and Coinbase really hasn't. We're holding an AMD short still. We're holding QQQ puts. We're holding Amazon puts. We're holding TNA shorts, and we're in the money nicely on TNA. We're up a little bit on our QQQ puts, but if this starts trending higher, I mean, we may just have to watch it closely and take either a small win or a break even. I'll monitor it as things progress. Semis are catching a nice little bounce here. QQQ is pushing up, so big resistance 195 area. So a nice big bounce, and that's the dollar softening. Wow, look at this push on Amazon. Good thing it was only a one entry starter position on Amazon, because that one is certainly ripping. Believe it or not, we've still triggered bearish price action in the indices with this breakdown here. Getting a nice big retrace. Apple's trying to break. Big volume coming into the markets. Apple seeing heavy volume at that 195 area. Heavy volume. All right, I believe this may be the high of day. Could be going on a limb here. I think this is the high of the day for the indices. Around that 458.90 for SPY, 391.20. Obviously, Apple, if it keeps ripping, it may prove me wrong. So you still have 4 sectors down on the session, all your defensive sectors, and you have the Dow down, but you have your tech-heavy sectors positive. So you have Walmart today, consumer staples stock, under a lot of pressure, down 1% on the session. All right, before I step away for your lunch, I'm going to call out a banger trade. Super, super high risk size for loss. 472 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. 472 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. Just entered here at that 474.50 area. So 472 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. Let's play ball. Sizing that for loss because we're up today nicely. I'm just being a little bit greedy. It's a Friday, but we're banked already on multiple trades. And this is just kind of gravy money right now at this point in time. All right, I'll be right back on the mic. All right, so we have the markets moving up here. Qs are getting a big bid. SPY's getting a decent bid. This is really just the mega caps rallying abroad and some semiconductors. So the strength is coming back into the semiconductor space. So they are coming back into the semis. SPY is testing and trying to break above that pre-market high. Qs are still range bound. We have not broken out of this range yet. You can argue that it's close to doing so. And considering the strength in Apple, and the Magnificent Seven like NVIDIA, Tesla hasn't performed. Amazon had a little boost. Meta's okay. But really, you've had a big surge in Apple and NVIDIA. Microsoft's just been range bound for the last 3 hours straight. So considering the strength, you would if there's no more participation, broad market participation, and Apple is ripping here, trying to push up to above 195, the Qs are really struggling. There's a lot of selling that is occurring technically. All right, SPY's pushing up some more. Tesla's still red, AMD still red, Apple's green though. All the indices are green. And this is the light volume session here in the 12 to 2 p.m. time frame. 2 p.m. things start picking up a little bit more. I'm still writing my QQQ puts. Basically, we're right at our second entry there. Still writing AMD shorts, NVIDIA 0DTEs, which may go against us, but we'll see. Amazon 0DTEs, those have not cooperated at all. Coinbase short, that is not we went flat. I am still seeing Bitcoin potentially breaking lower here. It's putting in a 5-minute bear flag after triggering a head and shoulders. So I do anticipate more downside in the market, but right now things are grinding off of the lighter volume float. The dollar's had a 30-minute pullback down to the 104, so the dollar's right back at that 104. This 104 level on the dollar, if it holds, should resume selling in the indices. But if it gives it up, then you're probably going to get a rally. So watch that 104 level very, very closely on the DXY. That's what I'm watching very, very closely. Hey, Kyle Sexton. Kyle Sexton. I don't know what I called out there. I'm in NVIDIA puts, and I'm in QQQ puts. And I have a short on TNA, which are in the money. I have a short on coin, out of the money. And yeah, that basically sums it up. So hopefully that answered your questions. Oh yeah, and I'm in Amazon puts as well. Closed about how many trades? Let me just review my notes here. 8 winners today on the session. We've closed 8 winners on the session. And we still have a few other trades that we're looking at. But markets are trying to push up here. They are trying to push up. So we're testing the high range of this breakout on the Qs. Apple's still pumping up here, so that's acting well. Microsoft's just been in a distribution range. I'm kind of skeptical with Microsoft's price action. It really hasn't made a fall or a rally off of this market volatility. It's just literally been stuck in the same range for quite a long time. And if it's not making a move as the indices are floating up, it makes me think that it may fall. It makes me think that it's just distributing up at these highs. We will see. AVGO, the heaviest weighted semi, just went flat. It did just go flat on the session. Dollar's still softening. Yields are still high. They're crushing the VIX. All right, dollar's fighting that 104 level. Dixie's getting, or QQQ's getting rejected there at the highs of that range. Markets are still acting resilient though, trying to push up. Tesla's just been phenomenally weak. You know, it just keeps falling and falling and falling and falling, Tesla. Just gonna take a seat here while I eat my lunch. Just watch things progress. Natural gas is putting in a nice little 1% a day, trying to move up here. Testing that 104 area again. This is why the Qs are trying to break out here. But we're finding. And now you can arguably say that you're forming an even bigger head and shoulders on. If you were to now use this as your big left shoulder, it's very, very weird. It's a sloppy one, but it still could be seeing a forming in the process of a right shoulder. Your neckline on this QQQ pattern would be here. So this is the next big level of support to watch, is this little neckline. There's a strong chance we could actually come down and test it. We'll see. I'll just re-erase these. SPY is still trying here. NVIDIA is pushing. Bitcoin's moving back up. AMD's pushing back up. Let's erase that. Still at this range. We're just stuck in this range. This is a big range because we've consolidated, dipped below, dipped above, dipped below. Now we're testing the range again. So we haven't made a definitive move. Bears had their chance to break it. Bulls had their chance to break it. Neither side successful at this point in time. But right now it is looking like the Bulls are trying a little bit harder here. They are trying to push it here. NVIDIA's pushing up. So NVIDIA's pretty much almost right back to where we took our short entry that first time. Dollars testing 104 yet again. All right, I'm going to add to my NVIDIA short here 475.75. I just added another lot of puts. 475.75 to my NVIDIA put. Still think I'm going to try to ride this 472.0 DTE. We have lots of time left in the session. I feel like this grind and float has come a little bit too early in the session. Now, I could be wrong. Of a lower high on the SPY and the Qs, and are we putting in a little bit of another head and shoulders pattern that is occurring? The way the dollar has been moving, there could be a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders forming for the Dixie. We will know in the next little bit here. We'll see if we get a retest of this neckline now. Let's see if we come back down to this neckline. But we banked already. This is where we shorted NVIDIA. Take a look at the Qs. Finding some rejection here. Dollar is bouncing at 104 right now. I'm seeing the SPY potentially wanting to maybe roll over just a little bit here. Still range bound on the Qs. Have not broken out yet. NVIDIA is up 2.12% though and climbing. The Dixie is testing 104 again. Needs to stay above 104. Or else this market can begin to rip again. Qs are again trying to push. AVGO's back to the positive side. Apple's displaying a couple top wicks here. You know, it had its big impulse volume surge on a massive 10-minute candle, and basically it's been making a little bit of these high pierces, but sellers just keep wicking it down. So you still have 4 sectors down: healthcare, utilities, real estate, and staples. The likes of Walmart have been getting hit pretty hard. And you also have the Dow Jones Transport negative. But you have the S&P, the Qs, and the Russell all positive. We're still holding a TNA short in the money. Running into some sellers at that entry that we just added at. All right, dollar's coming into 104 right now. It needs to hold it, or else this market's going to break out. The dollar absolutely needs to hold here. Big handles down in NVDA coming in. All right, big fall in NVIDIA coming in there. Now it's bouncing. It is potentially putting in a 5-minute bearish engulfing candle. What was that company that I heard yesterday? Let me just take a peek here. It was... Google's now seeing some sellers. Microsoft, NVIDIA putting in a 5-minute bearish engulfing candle if it holds this price action. So we're watching NVIDIA softening just a little bit. Bitcoin's moving up. All right, big engulfing candle coming in NVIDIA on the 5-minute chart. It did engulf it. Let's see if we engulf it. Did not engulf it on 10 minutes. We're still 5 minutes left. But if it engulfs it on the 10 minutes, I mean, we could see a pretty big fall here. So NVIDIA triggered a head and shoulders here. Downside target was almost fulfilled. Basically, we're splitting hairs. We can say it was. And now we're looking for another head and shoulders potential. But you also have... I mean, I don't really like it. You could say this is an inverse head and shoulders. You could, but I don't like it as much. Flat bottom, neckline. I mean, technically, yeah, you could say that is an inverse. A retest of this neck. We tested it here, kind of back tested it here. waiting for continuation. Things are looking like they're trying to move. Still have not made a higher high. Dixie has softened for the last, basically 2 hours, which is why the markets are grinding. It's definitely an inverse move right now. Google's down 1.43% today. Obviously, it's given back a lot of the gains that it saw yesterday. Yesterday, it was up over 5-6%. Apple's putting in a 10-minute topping tail potential. It has not closed yet, but a 10-minute topping tail is being observed on Apple. So now what we discussed with Bitcoin is potentially happening. You are forming a right shoulder. This is in line with this pivot. If you start to roll over here and curl over, you could potentially, assuming the dollar is going to bounce, which it is bouncing right now, you will likely see the other head and shoulders target is right here. So we have two targets. One has triggered, but you're getting some momentum push, and the other one has not triggered yet. Let's flip back to the QQQ. So we are seeing the dollar bouncing off that 104 level. Pretty big, strong candle bounce. Seeing a potential inverse head and shoulders on the Dixie. It's very sloppy and choppy, but still technically valid. And if this breaks out on the Dixie, micro inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Obviously, you need to wait for a neckline break. That sends it to 104.63 on the chart. Whoa. Not my base case that it does break today, but again, yields are still holding firm. The markets are still trending up right now off of the lows. So we'll watch it closely. SPY is actually now seeing some relative strength. Still lower than the Qs though, technically speaking, but it is trying to push up. Our big push on the Qs coming into play right now. Bitcoin's getting a nice push here. Yet again. Notice how we haven't confirmed outside of this range yet. Still no confirmation on the 3-minute chart either. Dollar's trying to move up a little bit more. I'm seeing Microsoft running into some sellers at that double top zone. Qs are pushing up some more now. NVIDIA's pushing, Bitcoin's pushing. Everything's catching a nice little bid here. So the Qs are still inside this little distribution doji candle. So we haven't confirmed above it on the 10 minutes. Trying to, but we have not done so yet.
In her cage, and as soon as she heard that little Yeah, you crinkle.
So Apple is trying to put in a 10-minute reversal candle. Same thing with the Qs here. Nice little wick there. So watching for continuation weakness. Not really seeing any bearish divergences on the RSIs, but that's not a good candle in the 10-minute chart for the Qs. Certainly not a good candle. We are starting to come in just a little bit on the SPY as well. It's still holding strong. You're still technically in an uptrend on the small term time frames. But I am nervous about Apple's price action at these areas. NVIDIA is now coming in as well. QQQ closes that 10-minute candle in 30 seconds. I'm also seeing the same pattern forming on potentially Bitcoin, so BTC USD moving average. Microsoft is coming in just a little bit, so Bitcoin has that same sort of. The IWM is moving up nicely though. GG. Crazy. So the sell pressure in the Qs is really coming from Apple right now. The Dixie's starting to curl up a little bit, carving out that right shoulder. So the Qs are inside two little distribution candles there. I haven't been able to take those out yet on a closing basis. We'll see if this next push-up So big push there in the SPY and the Qs. Big push. A little bit of a wick there you can see, but it came right back in. Still looking at NVDA. Really hasn't made a move with this grinding up in the indices. We're approaching that 130 time frame, so the volumes should start picking up here. Seeing some heavier volume creep into play. Watch for that right shoulder curling in the indices. You have a QQQ curling right shoulder potential setup. You have the Bitcoin chart also potentially curling over, forming a right shoulder. Markets are still acting well, though. Wow, Sava's squeezing, breaking out. QQQ right back up, though. So we just had a really unusual call option come through in the option chains for 380,000 Adobe 590 call. It's at 606 though. Super weird. That's very peculiar. Dollar's breaching that 104 level, so this gives the indices every reason to rally, but you're seeing Bitcoin starting to fall a little bit here. Tesla's had a nice rally. It's back to the green side. QQQ is getting very choppy here. Almost like it's running out of momentum. Bitcoin's again forming that potential right shoulder. Microsoft's pretty much been trading since 12:15 above the simple 3-day moving average on the 5-minute Bitcoin chart. That head and shoulders potential is coming into fruition here, guys, on Bitcoin, like I discussed. So you should see coin come down. It's been weird all freaking day, coin. But if this triggers, that's a pretty big move down in Bitcoin. It would actually send Bitcoin to the negative side if it triggers this head and shoulders, or it should send it. Nothing's a guarantee, but it should send 100 points off Bitcoin. We'll watch it closely here. Coin is still holding up very, very well. The dollar has lost 104. It's trying to reclaim it here, but it has lost 104. just very slow right now in the markets. Things are very, very slow. NVDA put, QQQ put, coin short. Unfortunately, that one's going against us. And we're holding a AMD swing short as well. Cold day to be out on the boat, eh?
Somebody out there on a boat?
Yeah, they're ripping.
No way.
Yeah, it's cold.
You know what?
Watch for the volume. It is starting to uptick here on these sell candles, and I am seeing some weakness creeping into Microsoft. Apple's still holding up very well. NVIDIA is starting to weaken as well. It's actually falling the most here, so it's dragging the Qs from its highs. NVIDIA is still strong in the day, up 1.96, but it is getting some hard down candles here. If anybody in the audience can hear me, I'm just going to ask you. Right now I have the two screens split. One QQQ here, one Bitcoin. As a viewer, do you prefer it when I keep one individual screen like that? Or do you prefer it when I split the screen to show you two different things? So right now we have QQQ up on the left, Bitcoin on the right. Obviously it's a little bit more condensed and smaller down here. Or do you prefer it to be horizontal viewer, or you have Bitcoin at the bottom, QQQ? Probably this way makes more sense, I would personally think, but I'm up to hear some feedback. Do you prefer it horizontally like it is now? Do you prefer it vertically like it is now? Or do you prefer just one single screen? Feedback is welcome, please, and appreciated. Thanks, Kevin. Oh, thank you.
Smells better.
Thanks, Kev. Nat gas is pushing up 1.46%. That's great for our UNG longs. We have oil up 2.16%. Dollars up about 0.25%. Still holding that 104 area. Tesla's back to the positive side. Apple, Microsoft is starting to see some selling. So the Qs are under a little bit of pressure right now as we speak. I am seeing BSFC trying to make another attempt at a breakout. It's just been slowly inching. Coinbase continuing to push, diverging from those Qs. And honestly, we're basically right back to our break even on these QQQ 0 DTEs. I'm still riding. I've been kind of riding them all day through immense volatility. I'm riding 388 QQQ puts 0 DTEs. I still think there's a chance we can get down there. It's all the way down here, but I'm still riding QQQ puts 0 DTEs. I'm riding an NVDA 472 put. It's a half size position. Risking them for loss. Still holding a coin short. So Bloomberg just put out an article not too long ago. The Wall Street Fed pivot. Bets dwindle after the jobs market. So obviously interest rates have spiked, which have increased the chances that the Fed is not going to pivot because the labor market remains resiliently strong. I was actually reading one of a fundamental analyst. Let me just pull her up here. What's her name there? Shit, I forgot her name. I think I liked it on my profile. Yeah. So basically, the Fed's gauges and what they were assuming was that in 2023, so a year, basically at the beginning of the year ago, they were expecting unemployment being closer to the range of 4.4 to 4.7%. 6 months ago, they were expecting unemployment to be 4% to 4.3. 3 months ago, 3.7 to 3.9. Today, it came in at 3.7. So it's clearly blowing out their expectation, which possibly opens up the door, again, higher for longer. I don't think Powell's going to pivot in this next. Coinbase new high of almost 6% on the session. So this is a micro cap. Super, super risky. Nothing's financial advice, but it is trying to break out here on the hourly chart. It's making a little bit of a move to the high side. If the chart will ever load. Dollar's losing 104, guys. Apple new high of day. So Apple's lifting this market. Apple single-handedly is lifting this market right now. It is breaking out on Apple. But it's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hourly green candles in a row on Apple. So this BFC chart is sneakily trying. It's creating this wedge pattern. It's looking very, very powerful, whichever way it does break. But it's certainly been trying to break out. You can see if you use that pivot there, pivot to pivot to pivot, tried breaking out there, couldn't, tried breaking out here, couldn't. Now we're trying to break out yet again. I mean, you do have some resistance here. Out. It's a very tough area for the dollar. So with Apple trying to break out here, you also have some strength in Microsoft, a hard 5-minute candle to the upside. Still inside of those two initial 10-minute topping tails on the Qs. We have not gotten above that. You are seeing a bit of a negative divergence here. RSI on the 2-minute chart made a little bit of a high pivot in this consolidation, which correlates with this. Then we made a higher high price action over here. And then we had that big dip. Now you're rebounding, making yet again a little bit of another high compared to this high, but a lower RSI. So divergence is in play on the short-term time frame. Doesn't necessarily guarantee a sell-off, but it could mean that the trend is weakening. But we're getting a pop. Apple's pushing up here. Microsoft's now pushing. Dollar's still under 104. Horizontal dual screen. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. You know what? We'll keep the Qs and we'll keep the dollar open because the dollar's at a critical inflection. Two hours left in the trading session. Dollar's reclaiming 104 again. So watch for these ticks on the dollar to push up. You notice how we're basically from this EMA 113 in orange. We're basically equal distance away on the dollar, equal distance away on the Qs. Markets are moving kind of in tandem. I'm still holding QQQ puts. I'm holding NVDA puts. I'm holding Amazon puts. Shorts on TNA. And these are just some of the day trades. But markets are in grind mode. They've just been floating and grinding and floating and grinding. If this inverse plays out on the dollar on the 1 minute, we should see a little bit of a micro sell on the indices. But Apple's still remaining resilient here. Meta is going for a new high of day, but hitting double top soon. Still uptrending. Alright, I'm seeing NVIDIA coming down a little bit more now. Here comes the Qs and SPY. Is Meta going to get rejected at double top, or is he going to pierce it and make a new high? Time will tell. AMD is still resilient. I believe all the mega caps except for Google have turned green. So all mega caps are green except for Google. Amazon flipped green again. Meta's up 1.5%. You have Apple up 0.68%. NVIDIA, the best performer today, up just over 2%. Dollar's still trying to hold that 104 level. All indices are green. The VIX, just like it historically has on every Friday, it's getting crushed. They call it VIX Crush Friday, and it is getting crushed, down 4.5%. So dollar is on watch. It's trying to get above this neckline. QQQ still hovering. Volume coming in on that 1 minute candle. Still inside of this little reversal candle, but it is trying to push higher here, and doing so successfully for now. Apple's basically new high of day. Microsoft's pushing now. Google, Meta's testing double top. Tesla's had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles in a row. That convincing. I mean, what I mean by that is if you flip to a larger term time frame, so that same seller that wicked it down is almost hiding inside of that 10-minute candle, basically almost pushing the Qs down each and every single time. Inverse head and shoulder on the dollar is valid. It has broken out. We'll see if it can hold and push. Bitcoin's starting to curl. NVIDIA, Microsoft all starting to curl off that action. You can see heavy volume. All right, dollar's back down again. Neckline retrace on the 1 minute chart. The 10-year yield is still up 2.17. The 2-year yield's 2.74. Despite the markets being up, it's not a broad market rally. You still have weakness in staples, healthcare, utilities, energy. So the dollar lost that potential neckline. Now you have a new neckline. You can draw it there. Still potentially forming higher lows. Meta's just piercing double top right now. So Meta is making a new high of day, hitting double top, very extended intraday action. This could see a small pullback. If it blasts through this resistance, then next resistance on Meta is all the way up at 333.75. Big push in the indices there. QQQ is making a big push. So the new QQQ resistance, if I show you on the 10-minute What would you do if the markets just sold off now in the last hour and 45 minutes and went red? So we're coming up into a pretty key point here. An upsloping rising wedge pattern is observed on the Qs. We either break out and go to the top of the channel, or we may break down and retest these previous support pivots. So the markets are just loving the fact that the dollar is losing this 104 area. Loving it right now. It's just hovering at that area, but it's such a critical level for the market because it means that emerging markets are either in a form of tightening or not. Qs are coming in, tag the top of that wedge. Going to test the low end of the range. Let's see what unfolds. I am seeing NVDA coming down, Apple pulling in from the highs. NVIDIA is losing the simple 7-day moving average on the 3-minute chart. Apple's still holding above its. Dollar's going lower. That's a positive for the market. Thanks for the follow there, Steve. Z Steve. What are you trading these days, Z Steve? You looking at anything? So June, you say one screen. Are you watching on a phone or are you watching on a computer monitor? Because that's going to make a difference when you either view it from a phone. Obviously, one screen's better because you have such a small screen, but if you're viewing it from a monitor, two screens is okay because it doesn't compress it that much. But I totally understand. That's the main thing that I'm trying to figure out. A lot of people do watch from their phones. Some people watch from their laptops and monitor screens. So it's kind of trying to meet people halfway in the middle. Wanna get high, yeah, you wanna get low. AMD's softening up just a little bit here, despite the market still grinding and pushing. Look at the dollar. But let's see where we're running into here on the dollar. Let's throw up a fib retrace. 50% fib zone. You pierced it, had a bottoming tail. Now you're piercing it again. Wow, so the Qs are ripping here. Tesla's ripping. Tesla's now 0 DT puts. 244 0 DTE puts on Tesla. That's not that risky, being the fact that we're only trading here. But we rode 0 DTEs down on Tesla, basically for a lovely over 300% gainer earlier in the stream. And these are 0 DTEs. Please just size for loss, just in case, But all we're looking for is a move or beyond. If you look at this chart setup, Tesla's just been booming. But look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green candles in a row on Tesla. Qs are still ripping though. Apple's pushing, Microsoft's pushing. So this is from Apple and Microsoft. Dollar's trying to regain that 104 level again. You can see it's bouncing off this double bottom. AMD's now, NVDA is also surging now. So this is where the Qs are getting a little bit of a bid here. Still haven't taken out the highs, but they are ripping. Meta still hasn't convincingly closed above that double top, so dollar's now catching a little bit of a bid. Let's see if it reclaims the 104. Oh, thanks for the feedback there, June. Not trading anything extraordinary right now. Apple, Microsoft, QQ, Netflix in the first hour or so of the day, trying to educate myself as much as possible before I really get. That's pretty smart. AMD and AMD have been fun to watch lately. Yeah, they've been certainly ripping AMD and Airbnb. AMD obviously had that investor meeting, when was it, yesterday or a couple days ago, announcing their new chip, supposedly being much, much more efficient than the NVDA chip. I guess also better memory. So they've ripped, trying to take some market share from NVIDIA and the rest of the semiconductor market. And then, excuse me, whoa, I need some more coffee. And then you have obviously Airbnb entering the S&P 500. So that's just been in accumulation mode since basically, I mean, you can argue 4 or 5 months ago, Airbnb's just been in accumulation mode. So we're still putting these 0 DTE 244 puts, not that risky of a position on Tesla, considering, it's only a 20-cent thing difference here. I do expect them to get in the money. It's just a matter of how far do we get to see these runs. So now we have the S&P hitting that resistance channel, falling. The dollar is buying green candles in a row. Still a potential can see pivot getting rejected right now. So we could probably see a little bit of a retrace. So Tesla, we could see a 382 retrace, maybe even a 50%. Let's just watch it closely. SPY and Qs are running into pressure here. Dollar's still trying to fight that 104 area, but struggling. All right, QQQ puts are in the money. We're printing. We're up nicely. We are keep printing. Nice, 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 nice. Tesla's still going. Sorry about the chart. It is frozen. Trading. Okay, Tesla's still falling. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see if we can get some more downside. Still holding. Still holding Tesla. Dollar's still trying to recapture that 104 area. NVIDIA's ripping though. Microsoft's still remaining firm and strong. So that's going to help the Qs. Spiders are right back up. Whoa, big green stick on NVIDIA. A really big green stick. Thanks for sharing your trades there, Steve. Pretty much in the same boat watching all that. SPY looking to push for a new potential high. SPY has just been a one-directional freight train to the upside. Next resistance on the SPY is sitting just above 460, around 460.11. You have a major pivot from that hard red candle down, and then your high of the day today is sitting all the way at 460.41. Still holding this Tesla put. It's back in the money. Back in the money. All right, so we have some heavy volume coming in the Qs and the SPYs here. Once again, that dollar's trying to fight this flat bottom support area, trying to hold 104. 104 is the critical tightening range for emerging markets, so therefore a large percentage of the S&P 500 earnings are directly affected if the dollar recaptures that 104 area. Right now, the dollar is kind of more neutral. You can see here we've had two big up and down moves in the indices, so that's the big critical level. Notice how when we spiked, markets sold off. Then we fell, markets rallied. Then we spiked again, markets sold off. Then it fell, markets rallied. Then we spiked again, markets sold. So that 104 is the sweet spot magic number I suggest. And right now it's below. Tesla's selling. I'm still wanting more in Tesla. We're in the money, 0 DTEs. A little bit of lunch money here on this 0 DTE. The 2-year yield's up the most, 2.6. The 10-year yield has kind of come in a little bit. Gold still got hammered today, testing the 2000 level, down 1.35%. Silver's the big loser, down 3.2. You have to wonder what's going on with silver. Is there industrial demand side? Is the economy breaking down? What is going on with the metals? Gold actually hit some decent technical support today. Really good. It's retesting a previous breakout zone. We're seeing big, but let me pull up this gold chart. I'll still being, but why could it hold this 2000? I'll pull up a longer term trend chart. Just let it load. Still watching Tesla. Apple pushing new high of day. Meta's still at the high of day. Microsoft's near the high. NVDA is pushing. Look at that weekly reversal on gold. It's engulfing it. Now I expect a little retrace on gold. Definitely a little retrace. Let me just identify my channel range. Tesla's pushing right back up to our entry. double check this channel. A weekly chart. Haha, there it is. Okay, so my channels did appear. That's good. SPY new high, Tesla pushing, Apple pushing, Microsoft, everything is pushing right now. Trend line pivot high, that was your previous all-time high. Pivot, pivot, you just tagged that area today, and then you also have this beautiful longer term up. So a lot of support here on gold. I am bullish gold longer term, but I think if the dollar holds its strength and continues its inverse head and shoulders breakout, gold should test this target here at 1950, maybe start accumulating there. I would love to see it come back down to the low end of this channel, around 1900. All right, enough of that. Let's flip back to the Qs because the Qs are still marching. SPY still pushing up. Tesla. QQQ, I'll adjust my screen. Still waiting on Tesla and QQQ. Dollar trying to recapture that 104 area. Notice how the Qs are right still at that wedge pattern. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, and we have not been able to get above it with clear conviction. Coming in a little bit more. We're seeing the dollar back above 104, putting in a 5-minute hammer reversal candle and engulfing the previous 20 minutes of price action. So the dollar is getting a big ramp here. The dollar is getting a big ramp above 104 now. Expect markets to find some strain here. Let's see if it holds though. All right, big dip coming in. Our Tesla puts are nicely up. I don't know why this secondary screen, you can see the dollar big stick there. It did engulf the previous 20 minutes with a 5-minute hammer, so this is going to put pressure on the markets. Tesla's now falling some more. Still resiliency though. Microsoft still pushing. Dollar's still back above that 104. So you're seeing some weakness creep into AMD. These equity markets. Dollar's still chugging along here. AMD's getting a pretty big down move. That should weigh in on the semis. Maybe we see NVIDIA soften up a little bit as well. Apple new high of day. Walmart's looking pretty weak these days. Still selling. Meta appears to be coming in just a little bit here. It's now an hour and 20 minutes left. Basically, those big down moves on the indices that occurred in the morning happened in a 10-minute span, the first one, and then you got a 20-minute rally, and then you got a 10, 20, 30, 40-minute fall. So anything could still happen here. Could rally more nicely, trying to put in a bull flag above the EMA 113. If you break this, Bitcoin's getting a nice move to the upside. SPY is pushing up some more. QQQ still pushing. We have broken the wedge to the upside, but kind of below the main trend. Even though you're moving up, SPY is getting a big wick up. Tesla's also pushing up here. Ticker's the dollar there, Cornelius. That's the DXY. DXY. You can do comparables against really anything. You can do comparable against the yen. You can do comparable against the euro, the pound. Basically, any currency you can check against the dollar. The DXY is just a basket of the the G7 country currencies. So you have the pound, the euro, the yen, the what else am I missing here? Oh my goodness, I'm having a brain fart. But it's a basket made up of just the G7 countries' currencies. So the Dixie represents a basket of the G7 currencies against the dollar. If you actually want to trade the dollar in the stock market, you use the ticker UUP. That is basically the trading vehicle for the Dixie, the DXY. Dixie trying to make a little bit of a flag pattern here. We'll see if it is successful or not. So the markets are shrugging off the dollar being back above 104. Everything is moving up as a whole. Qs are very close to that trend line of resistance, that parallel channel. You can argue we're tagging it right now. Qs are still just hugging this massive trend line. Amazon's squeezing. So is Apple. Apple's squeezing. Still holding my Tesla puts. Probably going to take a loss on NVIDIA unless we get a dump. Cornelius, what are you saying here? Do you know why TradingView would cause a big jump on ES on my chart? I think it's a glitch. Yeah, I do know why that happened. Looks like the gap, but Quantum doesn't. So, excuse me. The futures ES and NASDAQ minis, they always have contract rollovers. So you always have to look for the new indice in the futures trading. So I had to roll mine over and change my charts last night, but it's just a standard practice that happens quite frequently where the contracts roll over. You got to go find the new ES futures, the new NASDAQ futures chart. But it's just standard affair. It's no glitch. It's always happens when contracts roll over. So I think the new ES mini, if I check my futures here, just give me a second. I just did this last night. So my new ES ticker is ESZ 2023. You can also use the SPX 500. That one really doesn't roll over. And then for my NASDAQ, I have the NQZ 2023. All right, so we're starting to see a little more sell side pressure coming in, but still very strong. Qs and SPY just pushing right back up. High of day. Meta's ripping. Apple's almost piercing the 196 area. Bitcoin's still pushing. A little bit of sell side pressure right off the top of that channel yet again. Still holding Tesla. 244 puts. Where this is the new neckline. If the dollar breaks out of that. But because you lost this consolidation, that's never a good sign. Could come back down to the low. Big down candle there on Tesla. I'm going to look for a cover and an exit of these puts. Very shortly, I'd like to see it hit this 243, and then I will be out. So we are in the money on those 0 DTEs. So Tesla's hitting the first fib zone. Dollar's getting another little bid here. So there is an inverted head and shoulders on the Dixie 5-minute chart. Hasn't broken yet, but it's about to test the neckline. If it does break, we could see a push into the close to 104.07. So 104.07, which is right up here, basically. All right, big volume coming in on the SPY 1-minute chart there. That was some big volume candles. I think it was some of your biggest volume candles of the session. Coming down. But markets are still okay. They're still just seeing a small little pullback, nothing wrong. So the Qs did take out the highs of the day. So those 244 puts are in the money nicely. We're hitting the EMA 113. I'm probably going to cover Tesla right here. That EMA one went 243.52. I just got out of my puts for a lovely gain. Nice little gain. So we took them at 244.21, 0 DTE 244 puts, and we just closed them for a nice little gain. Okay, so that trade is complete. Whoa, we're getting a huge dump here in the indices. Look at this dump. Just an absolute profit taking is occurring. Should have held those Tesla puts a little longer, but wow. What a dump. No news of any sort, I don't believe. Nothing's coming across my wire here. So if you see anything, definitely put it in the chat for all of us and the viewers. But that was a crazy, crazy dump there that really happened out of nowhere. I mean, you're overbought. It's more of a technical correction, I think. Dollar is reclaiming that 104, but that came out of nowhere, that technical dump. Just like that, AMD is falling, NVIDIA is falling. We're still riding those. What looked to be going against us, we could the 472. I would not mind that at all. But Apple dumping, NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD, some semi weakness. The SOXS got a pretty big bounce there, so a lot of semiconductors took a hit off of that dip. You can see NVIDIA right now. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a flush lower. But it is pushing up. NVIDIA's hitting some near-term support here. That is retracing back to this little mini inverted head and shoulders on the 2-minute chart. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, flat bottom neckline. You've breached it, got to close. Technically, that inverted head and shoulders has been negated since you did not complete the upside measured move of this little pattern. This becomes a failed pattern. And often from failed patterns, you get a decent sized move lower. So to really calculate that move, what we could see happen on NVIDIA, since the upside was failed, you could see a downside move all the way to 471.65. Now, we'll see though. We'll see if that comes. 52 minutes left. Let's see if we can get a flush down all the way down to this key trend line. We need 4. The bounce is coming out. Dixie falling, market's right back up. So the Qs are pretty much right back to the highs almost. The SPY, same thing. NVIDIA has not rallied back most of its gains. You still have Meta pushing for the highs, new highs. So Meta did not get phased during that whole dump. Meta's still pushing. Coinbase made a little bit of a new high there. So we're seeing the market still under a lot of pressure here. Tesla's still falling. Now you have Meta coming in. Apple's still seeing a little bit of a wave of sell-side pressure. All right, NVIDIA, a little mini bear flag. Seems to be breaking. Let's target is our 472. Target is 472, which I'll just mark on the chart right there. Little dotted line. NRSN, High Flyer Therapeutics Company, has been demolished. It's trying to make a little bit of a move up on the 30-minute chart. NRSN down, but it is curling up. You also have BSFC, swing long. Believe it or not, NVIDIA still has a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. I'll show you this. It's testing the was going to get negated. Let's just erase that. I thought it was going to get negated, but you're now testing this neckline here. So you can see you have this little left shoulder on the 5-minute, your head, and then you're forming this long, wonky right shoulder. But I mean, you break this neckline, that's still technically a valid pattern, and that takes you down to 467 on the chart. So watching that closely, watching that very, very closely. Markets are right back up to the high side. So we have about 40 minutes, 43 minutes left in the session. 43 minutes. After that weird little dip profit taking, markets have rallied right back to the near highs of the session. All right, another potential round of selling in the SPY, S&P 500. All right, here goes NVIDIA testing this neckline break. Let's see if we get some action. So the Dixie is trying to regain that 104. It tried breaking out of this little inverted head and shoulders, but it's now looking like it's failing. We'll see if the markets firm up a little bit here. NVIDIA's teetering here on a little bit of a knife edge. Seeing if we can get a technical breakdown. I'm watching it. A little bit of a bear flag inside of that heavy volume wide range red bar. So technically that seller is still in control until you get above that red bar. All right, so we're getting another move down in the indices. Heavy volume coming in. Come on, NVIDIA, give us the break. Give us the break. Indices are still holding. Dollars going lower here. Still just stuck in the range. From up here, and the markets have a critical zone. That's the leading SMH, so it's the heaviest weighted semiconductor in the SMH, so it should lift the semis. Watching NVIDIA crushed out some longs there, potentially. Steve, when you get close to the execution, what time scales do you use, buys or sells? Well, I'm in my puts right now, so I bought my puts, so I'd sell them if they can sell them as well. But I go back and forth. I use both, depending. Most of the time, I like to sell puts. And then there's another question there. Oh, sorry, Cornelius, I'm just seeing it now. How do you find your new contract? TradingView doesn't do front calendar auto. Yes, please tell me. Thank you. On TradingView, it only gives me the option for MES on symbol search. So I'll pull it up here on the screen. Why is this not loading? There it is. So you have the ES. ES. You can even just type in like, oh no, I think I typed it in S&P. MP 500 futures. So you should get a list from the CME, a bigger list than this. Just let it load here. The futures as well. Anyways, it doesn't want to load here for some reason, but what I can show you on my futures chart, you just need to search these. So these are the two new rollovers that I had to change and add in: ESZ 2023 and QZ 2023. So those are the new rollovers that I personally use. Back up. All right, we now have 30 minutes left. Are we going to get a power hour or are we going to get sour hour? Leave your comments below. Power hour or sour hour? The S&P's up 0.45%. The Qs are up 0.49%. The Russell's up 0.84%. Strength in the small caps continues to be observed. Strength in the small caps. It's 103. You know, once it goes above 104. This bear flag is still on watch for a break lower. What's interesting is that you have the largest semiconductor AVGO who had a power surge higher, and NVIDIA could not break out of the range. So when the largest weighting in the SMH, the semiconductor ETF, pushes up, it generally lifts all other semiconductors, but it did not lift AMD. It did not lift NVIDIA. It just seems to be an individual money flow into that name. Now, the S&P and the Qs could be putting in a bullish pattern here. You know, you do have this inverse forming, a little mini inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute time frame. Super small time frame, but it's still technically there. But you know, you could see a move up. Since we're at the highs of the session, these patterns are always less likely to play out at the highs, but it's still valid. I mean, we have to give it the benefit of the doubt if it does so choose. S&P also has one. Oh, excuse me. So to summarize things, you have NVIDIA up 2%, Microsoft up 0.7, Apple up 0.7, Q's up 0.48, S&P up 0.4, Tesla up 0.4, AMD up 0.41, Bitcoin pushing above 44,000, again up 1.94%. You have Coinbase ripping right now up, 6.96, just below 600 there. Canopy Growth is performing. Meta's up 1.73. Boeing is exceptionally well. You have oil up 2.2. And then you're also getting natural gas. It was positive. Now it's back to the negative side. So a lot of mixed price action occurring. Dollar's still below 104. Two-year yield is still near the highs at 2.7%. Bitcoin pushing above 44,000 on the charts. Still waiting on this bear flag to trigger. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but the indices are strong, so we have to be patient. New high on the, I mean, there's still some pretty big resistance points to get through, but on watch for a trigger here. Volume coming in. Push in the S&P, big push in the S&P. NASDAQ is watching this breakout occurring. Big push coming in. Trying to see where the strength is coming from. A little bit of Apple and Microsoft, Meta as well. NVIDIA is still stuck in this range. Tesla's still stuck in a little bit of a range. The fact that the Qs are pushing and trying to break out here, the S&P making new highs, but NVIDIA is still stuck in this range, leads me to think there's a seller keeping a lid on this NVIDIA chart right now. So the S&P did make a new high of day, but the NASDAQ has not. So the S&P officially is creating a daily close if we hold above that previous daily high candle. So a breakout in the indices is observed. A breakout right at FOMC meeting next week, right ahead of the big Jerome Powell. It's always fascinating to find that the markets love to front run him and then but it appears we're on our way to march to new all-time highs. That's just the way it's trending right now. Do I think that's going to happen? Time will tell. Time will tell. Got to save some juiciness for my members. Here, not big. NVIDIA is trying to break out of that range. Seller keeps pushing it down despite the strength in the indices. All right, so the Qs broke out of that head inverse. Now Q's got a 1 minute close below the neckline. This pattern has been negated. The upside has failed. I'm watching this little support trend line. And you can still look at that channel that we chopped in for quite a long time there. So Bitcoin is squeezing now. It's up to 44,247. It's squeezing pretty hard here. So we have NVIDIA breaking now. We still have 15 minutes left in the session. We're up a little bit on our puts, but we may have to just close that a little early here. Amazon's still falling. So we're into the final 12 minutes here of trading. So the QQQ is just hugging this parallel channel again. Really, we're at support bouncing pretty here. So Bitcoin has been ripping and surging. Definitely strength in the crypto market continuing. The dollar is still trying to recapture that 103.97 area. Hey, Benoit, 1960 are extremely low. A week or two ago, they had that big gap out red. So you have utilities red, real estate red, and XLP, which is staples, that are all red. Seeing a big sell candle in the SPY and the Qs right now as we speak. I am witnessing a big sell candle. But if we look at Walmart, I'm going to give you my technical opinion on Walmart. Let this load here. Bitcoin's still pushing above 44,000, looking like it wants to make a new high. It's still extremely overbought on the weekly chart. Some divergences are being observed. Dollar's trying to recapture 104. It'll be interesting to see if it does close there. Come on, Walmart chart, load. Still bear flag forming on NVDA. Hasn't broke yet. Bitcoin's still. Why the heck is this not? Oh, there. Okay, there's the Walmart daily chart. So Walmart has been selling because you've breached, but really, Walmart's been selling since its gap down. You had a little bit of a bounce and rejection. So technically, this chart is a little bit weak and vulnerable. Now, do I think it goes a little bit a mega cap consumer staple stock, kind of a blue chip household name? So I do anticipate a bounce in Walmart, maybe next week. But I think we could see some capital rotate out of technology in the next few sessions into some of the more defensive names like healthcare, staples, maybe a little bit into real estate, pending what rates do. Bitcoin's up to 44,288 right now into the close. There's a lot of volume, and Wix, potentially trading view software, is getting a little overwhelmed. Bitcoin's still pushing. Whoa, big squeeze coming in Bitcoin, 44.3. Let's try looking at the S&P. Dollars at 103.9. Okay, I apologize. This chart is not loading for some reason now. Everything's gone wonky. Too much volume coming in late into the close here. And this is definitely on TradingView's end. It's just the streaming aspect is a little bit slow right now. I'm just going to refresh this chart. Reload. SPY is still falling a little bit. NVIDIA is still in its same little flag pattern. Bitcoin still pushing up here. Alright, 4 charts is too many. SPY is still selling off just a little bit. So Bitcoin is squeezing on the 4. Oh, come on, SPY. Give me the SPY chart. You can see the SPY is actually on watch for a breakout of this area. Let me go to the shorter term time frames. So SPY has pulled off the highs. All right, I'm putting a. I'm gonna have to probably close these put options on NVDA for slightly in the money. We got 3 minutes left. You're welcome, Benoit. Hopefully it helps a little bit. Are you long? Are you trading long Walmart? Because you may get a buying opportunity very soon in the staples. If that capital rotation trade plays out, we should get a buying opportunity very soon. So the dollar appears to not be going to close below or above that 104. I mean, the dollar still has a little bit of time before the market closes, but it's appearing that it's not going to close above that zone. All right, so that's the market close there. The market just did close. So thank you all for tuning in. Definitely stay tuned for some updates over the weekend. I will posting some analysis. But pleasure all to have you in the stream, and we will see you on the charts on Monday. Everybody enjoy your weekend. And definitely check in my YouTube channel, Trading Capital Inc., for additional updates and insights. I'm going to be doing some sector reviews. And if you're interested in learning about my